Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Recharged, all in for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, at least he's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been given this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah.
Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes I'm meant to break, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on my leg, walking down this road. I'm here late, getting the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes I'm meant to break, but the crowd is full.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rock at the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. All about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. From your eyes, and this is not a warning, this is not a test. I'm tuning on you and I'm coming for the rest, and I'm about to ignite, just trying to play it cool. Echoes in my head to the fear. to the fuse, fly to the fuse, fly to the fuse. Sinking my teeth in, and I won't let you go when I'm having fun till we set fire to the fuse.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna
last. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush,
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LEC First Spring Playoffs, second week of playoffs here today as we continue with the lower part of the bracket. You see Casey and Navi on stage. We're going to see them later, but first things first. Top laners, hi, but hi, Didi, welcome back.
Hey, yeah, it's really weird. It's good to be back. Good to be back. Thank you for having me.
Bring it.
For the first time in my life, and like the last since League of Legends was a game, I didn't for 3 months, so it was very weird. There's like a little hole that is now very much full. You know, watching our teams last week. So
nice.
Well, you might think not much changed.
Not much changed.
But actually not much, but we'll see about that.
I mean, we had a reality check when we were planning the show this week, for me at the very least, but we can get into that later.
Same, different, but still the same. But we're going to catch you up, actually, here and get a recap of what happened last week, but with some quotes, actually, not some replays for once. We're going to play a game. Did someone say that? Some things didn't make it to the official mic checks, and some of them did not actually happen. So you're going to have some quotes. And you're going to have to go on either side of the screen here and tell us if it's true or false, and then we'll just reveal who said it. Okay. Got it?
Okay,
got it.
Bring it.
All right, first one we have is, normally I go on stage and our setup feels worse. This smells nice. No one comes on stage pooping.
No one said that. There's no chance.
Someone absolutely said this, because who would write this?
Actually, no. When I think
this is the
about
most
it,
unhinged sentence I've ever read. And like, look,
that's true.
most of our crew, English is a second language.
Yep.
They have better grammar than I do. They didn't cook this sentence.
Think about it.
They didn't cook this sentence.
No one in production would ever write this. There's no way production decided I'm going to make a segment and this is the quote.
And talk about pooping.
Backstage right now.
I believe in our players. They're very professional.
Okay, let's see it.
All right, let's reveal, and it is true. Who said it?
Lucio. Oh my god.
Lucio.
Also, there's no one coming on stage pooping.
That's true.
Oh my god.
Okay, I guess my follow-up question is...
Why?
Why was that a thing he needed to say?
We can ask him later,
actually. Is the default that people come on stage pooping? There's a lot of follow-up.
Hey,
there's a lot of lore here that I'm not
There's a lot of context missing, I feel like, from the case.
There's a lot of stuff happening on stage. You don't want to know.
All right, next one we have.
Okay, let's see it.
Losing coordinated feels kind of chill.
I heard it.
Okay.
I mean, I should not have said that.
I mean, so okay, you're going. Well, let's go on this side then.
If you're wrong,
I don't believe all those members that well. Like the age is getting too old. I think it's missing.
It was literally MCoy, I think last week or in on the road trip.
Just to be clear, I've been gone for 3 months, so if you're full of crap about having heard this before,
this was someone
taking advantage of
this.
This was someone hoping to melt it.
Finn, you're just staying here.
And he was coping.
I don't believe like a pro player would actually feel chill about losing a game in our league. I don't believe that.
It was actually true, and let's see who said it.
Feels pretty chill. No, I'm saying losing last game. No, we made coordinated plays.
Okay, but I don't think we can lose if we coordinate.
No, I'm saying yes. Losing after this game feels pretty chill because we were coordinated.
So he's sending mixed signals.
So that's the level of mental gymnastics pro players do to justify a loss.
That is a logical level.
Sounds about right.
Poor coach, man.
Thank you, Odo, for not leading me astray. I will say I appreciate that. It was 50-50.
I've done that many times.
Let's see how they can justify.
Okay, we have so many.
All right. This guy is first team, by the way.
We have so many cocky players in the LEC. For sure, there has to be at least one of them.
No, but this one is so generic, though.
Sounds like a salty loser.
It might be too vanilla.
Like compared to the last two.
First team.
I'm not buying it.
I can hear Mirwin. I can hear Joe. I can hear like literally any MCoy player saying this.
Yeah.
Except they did. Okay, if this is a full sentence, there's no way, because every European pro would be like, no,
this
guy is first team. There'd always be like, are you serious or something.
But that's just a graphic error. I'm gonna say it's true.
True.
I'll say false because I feel like one of them has to be false.
I'm staying on false. I'm committed to the false.
I'll stay with the majority here.
Nice.
And it is.
1v3.
It's false. Good.
Really?
Good one. Good one. Good one.
Nice.
All right, let's go.
We have a clip even though it's fake.
Well.
Wait.
This guy's first team?
Hold up.
No, we don't.
Never mind.
It was
Never
false.
mind.
It was just a debate.
Next one we have. I would take this draft and feed it to my dog.
I know who I wish would
so
say
it's definitely
that.
not Vitality.
Anyone on the Vitality roster?
No, but I don't think they said that. I think
they should have.
They maybe should have said that, but they absolutely did not.
I mean, for sure someone said this. For sure, like I know pro players.
But they could have said this against Vitality.
But when would they have said this? In mic check? After a draft?
Yeah.
After game 2.
I'm saying.
Because it's the pre-game
banter.
banter.
When would you say this to your...
I would say it...
As a player, when would you say this?
As you're loading into the game.
So if you're 0-2 and you need unreal amounts of cope to get some belief into game 3, you say it in draft to your coach. that draft was really bad, so you would feed it to your dog because surely.
right.
But you would say that not on stage. This is my theory. If this
No,
came
you would
from
say
a
it
mic
right
check-
before, right before.
And it is.
He's going full meta analysis.
Let's reveal. It's not true.
Oh.
Bro,
This could have happened,
pro
though.
players need to learn some metagaming because that's what you need to do to save your coach from inting.
Yeah.
That's good communication.
Yeah.
That's
You just give belief to him, you know, that it can't be this bad.
We have one last one to go through
All right.
here.
Uno más.
Wait. Shut up. Shut up.
Is this inspired?
Oh, no. Didi hasn't been here. Okay, Didi, is that true or false?
This could
The
be
whole
true.
world knows the answer.
The problem is this is so generic that there's almost no way that someone.
Okay,
didn't
I'm gonna
say
feed
this.
it to you. I'm gonna feed it to you. It's true, but who said it? And it's someone from NA and European.
You're spoiling everything.
Wait, but he just said.
Wait, who is it, Didi?
Is it inspired?
Of course
Let's
it is.
check it out.
Bring it up. It's of course it's inspired.
Going to commit to the game-ending play after this Baron, though, because you can see.
You really need to carry the game, bro. When we force Yon flash ult, you need to make plans how we gonna get advantage. You can't just on Rift timing TP top, and then we don't contest Rift, we don't say anything. We have to make a play around this Yon. So if you think he's gonna contest wave, I need to stay top.
Wait, shut up.
So it's not actually
It wasn't
inspired.
inspired.
It wasn't inspired.
It
okay,
inspired
okay.
the Jace.
Yeah, it's Saint to
I wish I would
inspired.
have said that to him many
Honestly,
times, but I never did.
Respect to saying "shut up" to inspired, brave.
Yeah,
I'm sure that
big
one worked
play.
out well in the post review. But also, why is that man writing an essay in calm?
I know.
Like he is out here doing his CLG Dunzo manifesto mid-game.
Is that something he would do? Maybe.
Yeah, he would sometimes say in the past
All
that
right.
he would make sure that you know that you
He's like,
messed
we will
up.
lose this game, but I'm going to teach you this
Yeah.
thing that I think
I'm
is
gonna
You
let you
will
know
know
that
why.
you messed up.
Anyway, I love honest communication, and I also love the fact that after last week we already have one team making it to MSI. It is G2, of course, but
Let's
it's
go.
not about the fact that they made it, it's about the way it happens.
Yeah,
I
so
felt
let's-
bad for MKOI.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about last weekend, right? Because we came into the weekend so excited, and then Stomp Day 1, Stomp Day 2,
Yeah.
but then Day 3 really delivered. Like, that MKOI G2 series was an absolute banger
Banger.
fest. And I'm a little bit sad MKOI got reverse swept. You know, I was kind of cheering for them, but G2 really stepped up in the end there. I think the fact that they came together through that pressure, found that problem solving with the Soraka Malphite is just something that a lot of teams want to.
And now from G2 making it to MSI, we actually have 4 teams this week in the first 2 days fighting for their lives, as today one team will go home and we will not see them before summer. Same stories tomorrow, so some teams are fighting against other teams, but also against themselves, against their demons, against what's preventing them from actually finding success. So actually we're going to go through all the 4 teams that we have this weekend. The first one being Vitality. What is Vitality's biggest demon?
Wait,
so far.
Can we start with the one that everyone knows, but we all don't know how much faith to put in? Fetty, I think, started this, at least from among the caster team, which is that they're cursed. It is an inevitability. It feels like there is some cosmic force in the world that says, you guys are going to mess it up. I don't know how. It might look perfect before, it might look terrible before, but I guarantee at this moment in time, pretty much always this series in playoffs, it will come crashing down in usually not spectacular fashion, and usually just very sad, very disappointing fashion. And I don't want to wish that on them, but it's happened a lot.
I mean, there's definitely some extraterrestrial forces pulling on Vitality, but there's also like just the tangible things. They're drafting. Like, what is happening? It feels like every single...
Again?
Wait, what is this? Wait, I think I found the bin from Vitality's last weekend.
What?
What is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
In the bin
it
for
goes
good
back in the bin because clearly Vitality's main issue
So
has
you would
been their
think.
drafting. Like, I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
write here
the
next to
tank.
DD.
Thank
This
you.
is what you missed. When you were gone, this was happening.
Thank
okay?
you. This is how kind of you, Finn. So
Digging
we
in
have
the trash.
the intangible me with this, like, you know, superstition stuff, and now do you agree that it's just drafts?
Well, it is drafts, but it's also a bit of superstition. You guys rounded it up perfectly. They went 8-game winning streak. We hyped them up super hard. Nako got MVP, and then we just had 3 games in a row of getting hit with the draft. So it was rough.
Yeah, and they're gonna go up against GX tomorrow. And GX, actually, I feel like it's always the same thing, forever gatekeepers. But I'm wondering, what are they missing? Because For a long time, it was bot lane and nothing else. Now it's bot lane, it's mid jungle as well, but still, they're not finding the success that they want, Finn.
I mean, the thing with GX is they have good players. They have good individual players, but it feels like they're really missing that extra little ingredients, that like Chemical X that made the Powerpuff Girls, they don't have
Finn,
right now.
Finn, enough. Can we just bring up the clip? Because the thing that they're missing is exactly what's going to be shown in that clip, because their attitudes could be using some work.
Okay.
Show us, production. Come on.
Talk to me.
I saw mental blockers.
Let's go, guys.
Down.
We got this.
Yep.
Oh my god. Every team, both of us are so fucking dog shit, by the way.
Hit the tower, just hit the tower. We can push it,
Woo!
We are not complete losers! We are not losers!
So, wait, Odo, I don't see the problem. It feels like they're accurately reflecting on difficult situations. What do you like? What do you like?
When you're a team that really wants to make top 4, I'm gonna admit, I had that moment with my team. When I was in Rogue and I would lose to G2, I would be like, yeah, we're really bad, we suck and all of this stuff. But this is for them in a random game. It's not even playoffs implications where you say, oh, I'm in upper round finals, whatever, I'm playing against G2 and I just lost or I'm winning and oh my god, I'm so relieved. No, for them this happens consistently. Every single time when it comes to a top 4 team, they get into that sort of mentality and that sort of attitude. So for me, I really want them to go out of that. I want them to have a little bit more of winning mentality because they do tend to get stuck up in that.
All right, next one. KC. And I'm going to give it to you guys straight. I feel like they're drowning in the way of their own expectations here. They want to aim for the top. They look so disjointed. I don't know what's going on with this team, with what we believe they could be.
I think the most interesting thing that we've talked about this week behind the scenes getting ready for the show is we kind of realized how locked we were in old expectations of KC, because we said, like, this is the individually strong team. Their players are so good. But their early game is awful, and they're not really winning any lanes. But wait, isn't that like the #1 sign that your team has strong individual players? Is that you're at least dominating in one of your lane matchups?
So the way they started tripping on their own feet is that they went through the first half of the year thinking that every single lane is going to win. And right now they get to these positions where it should be easy mechanical execution, where you just do this dive bot and you clutch it and you get this early game lead. But no, teams have improved. And all of a sudden, other teams are not just falling over and giving you free plays. They are at the point where they're not as mechanically dominant and they can't get away with what they've been getting away with for the whole year so far.
But they are going up against the other team today. Like they're going up against NAVI. And
the other team.
I want to talk a little bit about NAVI because when it comes to NAVI, it feels like it's kind of his Reledge and friends. He is by far their best player.
Still,
he is the standout.
It was their goal, Finn. After Versus, they were like, it's not all we can do, we're going to try and do something else. They tried. They're not successful at it.
I mean, they aren't. I mean, they really need to kind of diversify or just completely lock in onto Reledge and friends. Because when it comes to Europe, we have a lot of experience with good rookie teams. And we kind of thought for a brief moment that NAVI would be the new one that was kind of coming up. But Mainter, Poby, and Paris and Samdi, they haven't really lived up to the same level as Reledge. Like that standard he's setting, they're not really coming up to. So I really want to see them come together a little bit more. I really want to see what they've been working on these last 27 days that they haven't played on stage.
What are they going to come up with? What has been missing from them, actually?
I really wanted individual lanes to step up because we've seen it time and time again. We had Mainter going on carries and Poby trying to enable Reledge a little bit more, but I feel like the meta came to a complete stop and now they're back to square one where it's just dragons and then just tanks on top.
I don't care about any of that. Jungle matchup, only thing I care about. I want them both to play weird stuff. Keep it interesting. That's my only request. My only request.
And it's been a while since we have seen NAVI on stage, and it's the first time that they're going to play a best of 5 in the history of the organization against KC. So, casters, over to you guys.
Yeah, first best of 5 for NAVI. Welcome to the Big Boys League. Apparently, myself, Acerix, Jack, and Vedius will take you through this elimination BF5. Remember, the loser of this is out. And for NAVI versus KC, I mean, 2 teams that, you know, over this year so far have put up quite a couple of numbers. NAVI, especially in versus, and KC with big expectations.
Yeah, I do think that KC should be the favorites coming into this best of 5, even though they did get rolled by G2, quite frankly. We haven't seen NAVI in weeks, but what we did see from the regular season was them trying to change their style, trying different things, but ultimately not finding a huge amount of success when they did deviate from the tried and true, put Reledge on a carry, put Mainter on a tank, and everyone else just kind of fills a role.
I completely agree. And I hope they don't try to deviate too much. I think Reledge on a carry, it's a
tried and tested formula. It really works. And I also think it's interesting kind of the similarities to both of these teams. Both of them are very, very comfortable in the regular season. And then it seems like once it gets into playoffs, we easily see either Kana or Yike underperforming for KC. And I mean, last split, NAVI finished, what, 5th, 6th? It was pretty disappointing for them. I think it's definitely a chance for NAVI to show that they belong with the big boys.
It was especially since the whiplash of Versus where they finished 2nd at 7-4 and people were very hyped. You know, again, coming back to the Relech playstyle, it was his jungle picks that opened up his debut in the LEC that, again, people were looking forward to. That it felt like at the start of spring was looking a little bit normy. Like Relech's champion pool were things like the Vi coming in, we got Zinzao, we got Pantheon, and while they're strong in the meta, we know him for things like the Kiana, like the Aatrox, the Zahen. We've got...
I still think he's had more variety than a lot of other junglers. I mean, of course, like he's been playing the Aatrox, the Zahen.
I'm counting 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 individual jungles. There's variety. It just feels like he's now going back to more of that various playstyle and champion picks, you know, and that's exciting.
I also think like with the Ambessa nerf now, that's definitely probably out for him. I think the Lee Sin could be a big pickup. He's been spamming like Lee Sin, Rek'Sai. I think both. Rek'Sai maybe is a little bit scarier, I think. Like I feel like trying to pull off a Rek'Sai unless you're playing in a really good team is difficult. But I could see Relech doing a lot of good things on the Lee Sin for sure for this team.
Lee Sin call out as well. Remember again, 26.10, we will stay in that for playoffs. Even though solo queue right now has gone to 26-11. That does also mean, talking about picks, and I've got Jack next to me, Smolder's still very viable. You know, we've still got DFT in the thick of things, and with that black Cleaver
I mean, proccing the Black Cleaver really fast. I think Smolder is quite good. I also think Seri we could see today, depending on if we go to like game 4-5. I think after the buff she got on 2610, she's pretty good, to be honest. Like she has the added range now on her sap, and her Q just does like pretty decent damage. And she's like a little bit good throughout the early game, while before it was kind of a black hole in the early game up until you got like that level 6 and you got the scaling with the Lulu.
My question is, will we get a Fizz this weekend? Because we saw it over in the LCK. You told me today we got it in the LPL as well.
We did, but Lysandra was the last pick into it because he thought he was going into Twisted Fate as well. Like Zeka. And then EDG's mid laner got Lysandra.
Which mid in our league do you think would play Fizz though? Caps is the
Caps maybe? Jojo, Humanoids.
You think Jojo would play Fizz?
Do I think Poby or Yehu would play Fizz? No, I don't.
I mean, Yehu's probably the more likely of the two, though, I will say.
Probably. He did play Brand.
He did.
Not to great success, but he did play it.
I mean, they've really been trying to force the Brand. They played it top and mid, and both have kind of rattled down on it.
See it out, eh? Hasn't been so great so far. And again, there's a lot of fun picks right now as we're sitting in playoffs. I talked about the Smolder. I know Senna might not be as exciting to some people, but Senna's still there with his Black Cleaver as well. Let's see. We're about to go into pick and ban. We hold on for a little bit. I guess we're just delaying for anticipation.
Don't think that's the reason why we're delaying.
You don't know. Maybe that's just the play.
I mean, I feel even after the nerfs, Ashe still very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe surfing.
It seems that she's not like the first pick anymore in terms of game 1, B1, in contrast to what we had previously on previous patches. Right now, it does seem to me that jungle still very high priority.
I think if you're gonna first pick the Ashe, you'll see like bans leveraged towards it. Like you'll ban away the Jarvan, so that you don't need to worry about that. Might take away the Nautilus, so you don't need to worry about that in the bot lane. And if you want to be even safer, you can take out something like the Caitlyn that can contest it with like a Caitlyn Bard that can be really annoying later on. So if we're gonna see an Ashe potential first pick, then I think the bans will be kind of tailored towards allowing that, because that's what we've seen a lot, that teams are kind of setting up for that first pick, and the other team ends up banning the Ashe.
Well, we're finally jumping into draft. Varus going to be the first one to remove. Orianna going to be taken off. Na'Vi, will they choose to remove the Rumble from Kana's hands, or does Mengta have an answer into it? Often we've seen Mengta play a bunch of tanks towards the top side. We have seen a bit of flexibility from him this split, but Sion and Ambessa have been his two main champions, so perhaps Na'Vi feel comfortable with something like a Sion into Rumble matchup. We haven't really seen a ton of AP top options, but with the Bard now removed, that Rumble pick is becoming a higher and higher priority for KC.
I would really like to see Mengta on K'Sante, especially now with the new Dorn's Helm that's been buffed. It's a really, really good item on K'Sante because he gets so much armor and MR in the early game to stack up that Q. So I think if they're going to give KC the Rumble, then I would prefer that. Oh, they banned the Rumble, actually. Never mind. KC banned the Rumble, yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're worried. I mean, Mengta does have 5 games played on the Rumble this split, so KC paranoid about that going into the hands of Na'Vi. The Cassio, I mean, here in the LEC, that's clearly been a powerful pick. I know around the world it's also just been, you can just blind pick it. Straight up first pick.
But if we're talking about another mid lane mage that needs to be taken away, it's either the NAVI, because that has been first pick with the triple flex here in the LEC. There it goes. It's a final ban away. So what are we looking at here? We still have things like the Caitlyn open. We've lost Orianna. Ryze is there if it's worth a forethought.
I think it's Ashe or Jarvan that you're looking at here for Na'Vi. I mean, you could go for the Caitlyn as well, but since Bard is out, that doesn't really have...
Is Nautilus
you have
first pick
Caitlyn
worthy
Karma.
here?
I don't think you ever first pick Nautilus.
Okay.
I think that's overcooking the...
Okay, good to know. It is up regardless.
Big smiles on stage for Na'Vi right now. They have to be debating something interesting, or will we get something a little bit more generic?
Or will we get nothing? On my screen, pick ban has just failed. We are into lobby. So it must have been so good that they couldn't click it. We're going to find out what happened there because, yeah, we're all laughing, but no clue as to what happened to the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Jarvan as a possibility. They could do Jarvan, Pantheon, Ashe. I mean, of course, the risk of first picking the Ashe is the Jarvan on the other side.
Yeah.
Would you ever just first pick the Ezreal? Maybe even the Karma?
You could first pick the Ezreal, but then enemy can... I mean, I guess if they take the Jarvan, then it's not the high value for the Jarvan, but I think Ashe Seraphine is really like happy playing into the Ezreal Karma, because after a certain point, Seraphine can just shield through a lot of the Ezreal poke, and it feels pretty bad as the Ezreal side if you don't stomp early game, and then Ashe Seraphine can also kind of get prio, so it's just like, overall, I think in the Ezreal side of the matchup, you're not too happy. So I think you're either like, you have some pocket pick for Reledge that you want to like bring out in game number 1, or it's just going to be like the Ashe lock-in.
Confirmation as to what happened for you in the meantime, though. Something on Navi's side I heard, so we're going to figure out what's going on there. I was just looking through pick bans as we were jumping into our own here today, and I was watching, or rather seeing, you know, the G2 draft from game 1 versus KC, where G2 ended up throwing it away. And it was, you know, into the Ashe Seraphine lane we're talking about, as you mentioned, Jack, like it was the Nautilus response there for the lane itself with this Smolder. That is something to consider, as I've been told we had to drop lobby due to some network issues on stage. So, something going on Navi's side, we'll figure out if that's been resolved. Then we'll get back into pick ban. As far as I know, no pick was actually locked in due to that network issue, so we have no idea.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, nothing was locked in.
In fact, the client is just blank for us currently, so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It could be like, I hope everyone's turned their phone on flight mode. It could be like being in an airplane, you know? They ask you very nicely, put it on flight mode, don't interrupt any of the radar. We're asking for everyone in the audience to do the same. No, we're not, of course not.
My phone is not in flight mode.
It's not either, no. Guys, I am joking. All bans have remained the same. I've been updated there due to those network issues on stage. So, yeah, all the bans remain the same. Remember, Anivia's gone, Orianna's gone, Varus is gone. What else am I missing that was big?
It was Varus, Bard, Cassio, Orianna,
Cassio's
Rumble, and Anivia.
Cool.
Oh, wasn't Nautilus banned?
No, that's why I brought it up.
So Nautilus is open. So
but you told me not first pick.
I don't think you first pick Nautilus, because like you want to play it into Enchanters.
Yep.
And I don't think like the thing is a lot of teams ban the Nautilus just so they can first pick the Enchanter.
Okay.
But still, if you're first picking Nautilus and the enemy goes like Braum or something, it's not crazy good for the Nautilus. But it's going to be the Ashe first pick.
Right.
Pretty standard. 22 wins and 6 losses. That is.
It's a hero in LEC with the Seraphine lane.
But now you just slam the Jarvan if you're Yike, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a Jarvan lock-in here, and then you're looking at either the Nautilus or the Ezreal if you want to go. You could also go Yunara Lulu. You have a lot of options here for KC bot lane.
Karma we've forgotten as well, like we're still in 2610. Karma's
still
there.
I mean, they could do Caitlyn Karma. You could do
Caitlyn Karma,
Caitlyn Lux. You could do Caitlyn... literally any range support.
We saw Caitlyn Lux today in the LPL. Like, it could literally be any 2v2 lane as Jarvan gets locked in. Good hit on that one, Jen. Says, let's find out support or 80 carry here to match.
I mean, KC could also do Ezreal, Nami, or they could just slam top and mid if they want to. That's another approach.
Yeah, when they have this many bot laners, they definitely could look to drop. The only thing is, I feel like if I'm KC on red side, I think I always want to try the last pick for either Kana or Yehu for the matchup.
But like, I wouldn't surprise me if you're KC that you just say, hey, you know what, let's just slam something like...
take away the Seraphine.
Never mind, right, yeah. So this is something else we've seen as well. MF Seraphine we've seen, which
not so
similar
good.
idea.
I think Caitlyn Seraphine is decent. I think MF Seraphine.
We've seen Ezreal Seraphine too.
Ezreal Seraphine. I think Caitlyn Seraphine makes the most sense because Seraphine can kind of function as a Lux with the E. It's just a lot easier to dodge for the enemy team. Like Seraphine, without someone to set up her skill shots, is really hard for her to land. So I do think as the that's why we see the Ashe first pick over the Seraphine first pick, because most teams are happy taking that trade because they then have a winning matchup, and the Seraphine doesn't have much value until later on in the game when she's scaled. As
Lulu's taken away, there's Xin Zhao locked in for the jungler for Relech, so pretty standard norming for Relech, but again, it is only game 1 of the best of 5 elimination series here. Yeah, normie. It's a normie pick, you know, like Relech plays.
I mean, Xin Zhao Lulu is a classic. Very good combination.
How easy is it to pilot as well?
Was he wrong in his original stance?
You're right. You're right.
But let's hold. I mean, you guys have talked about the Ezreal. We've said the Caitlyn for Kalist as well. I mean, Kalist Ezreal is pretty neat. He's going to lock it in for the 2v2.
I think I would have preferred the Caitlyn, but I like Ashe. I mean, Ezreal Seraphine, Caitlyn Seraphine, it's a similar idea, really. You're trying to play for push. You're trying to poke them down from afar. You're definitely going to lose the prio because Lulu is very strong level 1, Ashe is very strong level 1. So in this game, I think we're going to have to see how Yike can adapt to this losing bot lane, because I feel like Yike as a player, he's very comfortable when his lanes are winning, but Relech, I could definitely see him trying to go for those invades, trying to punish that weak bot lane in the early game.
I feel like KC, they may very well just ban something like Renekton, then slam Azir, and then ask Mainto what's he got. Because when you look at his pool, it's Sion, Ambessa, Renekton, Rumble, Cassante, Ornn, Gnar, Rek'Sai, Gwen, right? And so if you are Kana, you 100% have a counter pick if he plays. I mean, Ambessa's just weak right now, but he's for sure got a counter pick to Ambessa, and he's got a counter pick to. I mean, he would probably force Navi onto a Cassante almost. I mean, the Vayne ban at this point is almost pretty consistent, I feel.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to look for either the Cassante or the Gnar would be my...
I mean, a Kali ban definitely means Gnar.
Yeah, that would be my guess. And Gnar is really nice into the Jarvan as well.
It does also mean Azir.
This is either a blind Azir or it's the Gnar for Kana.
It's who we're talking about. It's definitely going to be an Azir thought, at least. I do like the conversation of bringing up the Gnar as well. I mean, there is the alternative pivot that you know, again, you take the Gnar yourself early, and then what are they going to do on the other side? There's the Gnar ban.
Yeah, they read it. But I don't think this is a problem for Kana, really.
No, I think Navi should have been the ones looking for the Gnar.
Yeah.
And I think Azir here makes sense. I think Ryze as well would be fine for KC.
I mean, this is exactly what we talked about, right? You just slam the Azir, you've got Azir, Ezreal, Seraphine. Your engage comes from the Jarvan. And if Navi wants to tank, they'll almost certainly have to go Cassante.
Yeah.
And then Kana will play Twisted Fate top or something.
True.
Oh, it's going to be the Ryze. Ryze instead of the Azir. I mean, I think Ryze is overall better champion right now, has a lot more move towards the lanes. And I think if you're picking Azir here, the little bit of risk that you're running into for KC is you could have a losing mid, a losing bot, and then just get pushed in everywhere. But with the Ryze, you should have an easier time playing with Yike and trying to help him out. And then Cassante for Mainter, pretty standard across the board.
We do resume to your train of thought. It's going to be Cassante in the top lane. Simple comp from Navi so far. We can discuss it in a second. But for KC, I want to know how it all comes together, because we've already got the Ezreal bot. We know there's not going to be a Kaiser. Booster's just paying out. TF we called. Nice one, Betty. Okay, so TF up in the top lane, a free lane versus a Cassante. And it does feel like we have a bit of global pressure from KC built up through solos.
Yeah, I really like this last 4-5 from KC here, because what I felt their comp was a little bit missing was crowd control. Like, you had the Seraphine ulti and you have the Jarvan ult, but you didn't really have easy pick targets that you could start a fight with. And I think now with the TF stun card, with the Ryze Rune Prison, you have really easy ways to start a fight, and you actually have that split push threat, which I think Navi's comp is quite weak into, because Navi on the growth side doesn't really have much engaged. You have the Ashe Arrow, Xin Zhao can go in, but it's not easy to try to go on either of this Ryze or the TF in the side lane.
The concern I had for the Ryze was he's relatively short-ranged into Ashe Azir, but if KC successfully play through their side lanes, I very much agree that Navi don't have the most reliable answers. You can definitely move the Azir to a side lane, but can Azir deal with Realm Warp, Twisted Fate ult, attacking you on side, Jarvan doesn't quite have the same global presence that both a Pantheon and a Nocturne have, but he can still be effective at finding those side lane ganks. So KC, very much about being proactive on these side lanes, expect them to put the pressure down early, whereas Na'Vi, can they find those engages? Can they find the 5v5s that they're looking for?
In our best of 5 elimination match, we begin now in the lower bracket of the LEC Spring Playoffs. KC versus Na'Vi. And one simple series to decide who goes on. For a fun fact for all of you at home, KC have never been knocked out in this first round, and yes, they do not have the historics like the Fnatic, the G2s of the league. But KC have this high bar of expectation. They are the 2nd seed. They went up against G2, and as Vedia said earlier, they got slaughtered. While Na'Vi are debuting for the first time today in their first best of 5 ever. Hey, all right now. Now, they don't have the best win rate versus KC in the other games, but they've never versed them in a best of 5 before.
They've never lost.
Never lost.
I mean, I do like what Navi's put together as well. I think they have a very stock standard team fighting comp with a really strong early game as well and a really good 3v3. So I would not be surprised if Relech was able to play for the Drakes as we've seen Navi do before with this bot prio. He's actually going to be pathing up towards top, which makes me think maybe he just thinks that Mainter is in too much trouble if he's not putting pressure on Kana, because otherwise he would really like the path bot to just full clear to bot. On his second full clear, he can then look to play for Drake.
Kana's already got the lane in his hands. We go up to top side. Thank you very much, observers. Mainter's just going to have to play it easy. Yeah, who gets level 2 first? Poby walks into this, gets hit by everything, by the way, and starts burning down to the DFT.
I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen Na'Vi play. How many days exactly has it been?
28, I think.
I was going to say 200.
It is 27.
It's
27.
27 days since we last saw Na'Vi play here in the LEC stage. The question that surrounds them is, how are they going to perform? And I mean, obviously, that's an easy question to have for any team coming into playoffs, but for Vitality, the same question was had, and it felt like they didn't show up at all. It felt like that time off the stage really did impact you, and I mean, you have first-hand experience, Jack, of playing on stage versus then going through that gap, not playing on stage for a while. It can really impact your performance after being away for a while.
Yeah, I think it can definitely catch you off guard, and
like this.
I mean, Relech wants to try to go for the... So that's one thing that you can do when you do these 3 camps bot side, is you can look for the cheese gank, but I'm surprised he decided to go for it, because you typically want to go for this sort of gank when your bot lane is losing, because that's when they'll get pushed in and then you can walk behind them. But now I think Relech, he is still going to be able to go for his topside camps, but he's really, really delayed compared to Yike, who's already on his blue buff.
He's also stealing some of Poby's XP.
He is.
This might
just that's the mid laner POV coming out.
Yeah, but it steals his level 4.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
See, yeah, I have had that happen one too many times. Okay, the problem for Relech now is that after not being on the bot side, he doesn't have prio on top. But I think that Relech, yeah, okay, so he's pushing the crab towards top. Yike isn't going to get there quickly enough. But he is ready to contest.
I mean, he's still level 3, as you said. So for Relech, being behind here, blue buff's going to start. Yike has a level advantage. Who gets the push in mid. Enough mana to help for the contest. And Yike, while he doesn't have smite here, he'll force Relech off his blue buff. And that time wasted really paying dividends here for Yike's game 1.
Yeah, huge early game for Yike. He's able to pick up the blue buff, and he's just going to go for bot crab now, while Relech has to clear his own top side.
Easy pathing, easy decision making here for Yike. Relech.
Oh, he wants to try to go for the
thinking about this, because so in my mind, I thought that what Yike would do is actually do his Krugs into Raptors, into base, then go to the bot side. Instead, he's saying, you know what, I think I can do this. But thanks to that ward, I mean, he saw the Jarvan walk through mid lane. Relech is aware of the respawn timing, so even though his blue buff was stolen, he gets the respawn of the Krugs and the question mark. There it is from Yike, expecting this play to happen. He's suspicious that Relech might be on his top side, and there are the Krugs gone.
Yeah, good adaptation for Relech to be able to get something out of an otherwise pretty poor situation.
Yeah.
And even though KC had both mid and top prio, he's able to find the one camp that puts him still a little bit behind, but now at least it's a little bit more playable for him. But it's still, I'd say, a pretty tough early game for Navi.
Mainly because, oh, Yike is back. He has been spotted on the wards.
Mainter's low as well, so how's he going to help out? Kana, he can walk at this with double summoners. Yike, is he engaged? Rather, Relech starts it off, flag and drag out. By the way, Yike just took that. He yoinked it. Now he's at 40, Relech at 23. The jungle diff right now is showing its head.
So I was going to say that the camps are kind of awkward right now for Relech, because remember that He did his wolves while the blue was being taken. His bot side has respawned. And Yike is kind of adding insult to injury by stealing away the Gromp. Now both junglers are pathing towards that bot side of the map, but with a full level advantage for Yike. He's really setting himself up nicely for maybe even going for an early drag.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a masterclass from Yike, just showing how if you make one mistake on jungle, you waste your tempo a little bit. Yike is a jungler that can punish that completely. Like, he's going to be ahead of Relech the whole game, and now after he clears this Gromp, as you say, Veri, he can look to play for the Drake, he can look to pressure Navi's bot lane as well. He has that sweeper and he has a pink ward, so all he really needs to do is remove the vision that Navi has, and then suddenly the Ashe Lulu has to play a lot more safe.
He's now also on a ward as well, adding insult to injury here in the early game. Relech will be spotted out on the Raptors, while Yike is moments away from getting level 6. If he can siphon near this bottom lane, or does he even need to, is the question.
No,
Start Dragons.
Absolutely perfect. Oh, they're going in.
They do have the Realm Warp.
And the Realm Warp is coming down. Here it is on the rim. Found out Yahoo. Doesn't do too much with it, though. Na'Vi were already up.
Nice play. Nice roam. Good pressure. KC, they've got winning lanes. They've got push in mid, they've got push in top, and Yike is fully taking advantage of this. Every decision that Relech has tried to make, Yike has been responding appropriately. And remember, Yike in the early game was quite happy to just mirror farm. He wasn't eager to try and invade. That wasn't his initial game plan, but the moment Relech went for that level 3 appearance in bot lane, that opened all these options for Yike. Now Relech, he is no slouch. He's going to try and be proactive himself. He's looking for this red buff. He's got a bit of support from his team.
Yeah, Kobe's hovering. Who's looking to base, so Yike needs to try to smite fight it.
Oh, Yike won it again!
I mean, he has the empowered smite.
Yes.
He does indeed.
And this is all the advantage that he's been able to generate from the camp lead that he's been able to accrue.
This is
56 to 35.
It's a big jungle gap in the making here, I'm afraid. I think this is going to be really tough for Navi to try to come back because, as you said, Veri, it wasn't Yike that really wanted to play proactive in this early game. It was Relech, and it was through his proactivity that he ended up losing so much time that allowed for Yike to actually punish him and generate this huge advantage. And we haven't even talked about top lane, where it's nearly a 1,000 gold lead. Just accrued.
I like this game plan here from KC. I thought that his approach was, I'm going to go get the bot crab, reset, then I can go for the top Krugs, and then maybe make a play around top side. No, he's stealing the enemy red buff. He's saying, fine, if you want to come contest mine, I'll just come and contest yours, and I'm going to take both. He smites his own red, he steals the enemy one. Relech is now very limited in his options. Meanwhile, Yike's pathing is perfect. He gets the bottom crab, he's able to get all of his bot camps respawning now. It's just... yeah, I mean, great decision-making. And again, the way he's utilizing the prio. Yehu's keeping that push in mid. Busio is keeping the push, or he roamed with him, I should say, so they guarantee the numbers advantage. Ready for if Relech tries to challenge him in reds. Overall, KC playing very well as a team, fully supporting Yike in all his early game decisions.
And I think a lot of this also kind of relies on Kana, because we've seen now that Relech has repeatedly tried to invade topside. He's taken away the Krugs. And usually with that, the enemy top laner would have to play a lot safer, would have to be a lot more scared because you have the enemy jungler behind you. But Kana's always stayed really high HP, always been chunking Mainter down, so there's never been any real gank threat from the Navi side, despite the fact that Relech has spent nearly all his game just in that top side.
Again, Kana, as you said, almost a 1k gold lead. He's going to walk up and take this plating now as well, clear the wave too.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1k gold lead as he gets this plate and gets the wave.
Kana's control immense. Right now, Navi in a desperate position, and you might sit at home thinking, oh, it's only 2k early, and look, they've got Azir, they've got Crisante, but you guys set me up in draft, letting me know how sides are going to work as we move into the mid game, how active this comp can be. I see an Ezra as well. I think, oh, 2 items is a lot of fun to play with when you're in a commanding position. As at least Navi are getting grubs on the top side as Relech hit 6, and now he feels a little bit stronger. But remember, there is a 1.5 level lead between him and Yike.
Would love your take on this, Jack, because early boots for Yehu, foregoing the early Rod of Ages, for this reason on your screen right now, to move faster from mid and look for a gank bot.
Oh, arrow's good. Oh, flash away from the flag, and Drag Parrot still caught out though, and an encore will roll through him. First blood, easy as that. KC, good roam.
I think it's smart. You can see it working right on your screen. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I don't think him delaying the Rod of Ages really changes the game so much. It's mostly just about how can he pressure top and bot. And jumping on what you said, Jake, yes, KC has a lot of threat in the side lane, but Mainter
well,
looks
that's going to be
used.
used. Ghost as well. Kana dodged away from the true damage, and then Natofo gold card comes out, saves his life, looking to turn it away with the resistance shredded. Kana versus Mainter will continue, but Mainter's got to get his, or rather Kana, blue card flash. There we go. Blue card had to be used by Kana, focusing on that while Maynter decided to press Summoner.
Maynter does get both sums from Kana there, so that could open up a gank opportunity when Maynter eventually TPs back. But the only real upside I could see for Navi is the fact that they have such a great team fighting comp.
Yep.
So if KC ever get a little bit undisciplined or try to fight when in equal numbers without utilizing the Rise and TF to their maximum potential, it can still be a Navi favored fight despite being down 2, 3, 4,000 gold. But Yike is
secured flash. Rilech wants to go all in onto Yike. Here comes Maynter down. He doesn't have too much, but a Pathmaker enough. Cataclysm used as well. Rilech with the ulti, the Crescent Guard. He's gold carded, saved by Kana, but Yike on the run through the top of River while Navi are on the chase. Flag and drag builds some space, and a gold card will stop Maynter again. KC saved from a devastating counterplay.
And it's important to recognize that for every advantage that Yike is getting, it is largely driven by the fact that his team is there to support him as well. He's playing around the prio, that Yehu is keeping up in mid, and in this situation, Navi really wanted to punish Yike. If they get that kill, they can really bring Rilech back into this game and close that goal gap that's growing between the two junglers. But they don't quite have the CC that they need. They don't quite have the damage that they need. And KC, they walk away with the blue buff, and the gold lead only continues to grow KC's favor.
Yeah, it was a nice play by Yike, and now he has the Sundered Sky, making him much, much harder to kill for Navi. And they can look up to just play for the second dragon. I don't think Navi can really contest them, despite Poby having the Nashor's Tooth. They're just too far behind in the jungle role. So it's just going to be a free Drake for KC, while Navi wants to try to punish Kana. We'll see if he senses the play.
Hour is up, that's what you're looking for, but Kana's going to back off with the swap here from Navi, while Invade from Rilech is using this time again.
Yeah, I mean, it's Navi's only real play, but Kana, he's got a bit of time, recognizing he can't 2v1. He's fishing for a pick. Rilech is spotted.
Oka comes in, and then we go double beat drop. Rilech just charmed to death. Arrow comes a little bit late. Hits Yehu, but the jungler's already dead. Now Yike has free farm bot.
And now they could continue looking top here. They have the TF ultimate.
Destiny, a gold card. Here comes Yehu as well, a 2v2 up in this top lane. Kana goes into Fog of War. Sam D hits him, but again, playing with vision so well. Another gold card. That can't be saved. Kana gets the auto. Sam D gets altered way too late from Paris, but it didn't make a difference anyway as KC get another.
And they get a kill in the bot lane as well. I mean, it's KC dominating the entire map. 4-0 in kills. Is that nearly a 4K goal lead that I see? KC is absolutely demolishing Navi. And the difference is simply the coordination. Rilech invading by himself. He does have push in top, he does have push in mid, but the rest of his team aren't there to support him. In contrast, KC know they can leave Yike alone to secure that dragon, whereas 3 members come in onto that red buff knowing that, hey, there's nothing else for us to do. So they get a kill, they convert it into more. KC simply dominating here in game.
And what an improvement when, especially Yike is in the driver's seat as well. This was the series against G2, where the early games from KC just didn't feel structured. They obviously weren't strong statistically wise, but it did also feel like they were headless chickens running around. This feels constructed so well, where we talk about the strength of solo laners enabling Yike, but it's all coming together, where against G2 it did not.
I mean, it's a great demonstration of how early game jungle decisions can have massive consequences.
Yeah.
All Rilech tried to do was fish for a level 3 gank bot, and this is a culmination of a series of events that has led to KC's significant lead. Now, admittedly, we've seen Navi make a couple more mistakes since then, but KC with excellent control and punishing the mistakes made by Navi.
I think it really shows how Yike has been such a dominant force for KC, and for me, this is like Yike at his best is when he can kind of play like a comfortable game like this. When he gets a lead, I feel like him and Skumon are both players that are incredibly good at just maintaining that lead and continue growing it.
Yeah.
And I really think if Navi are to go back to the drawing board for a game number 2, then it needs to be more focused towards shutting down Yike, because I think trying to do these sort of cheese ganks it's a very risky strategy, and you're seeing the risk right here in this game.
There's an arrow flying through. That's going to whiff. Yeah, who's too far in the lane as he challenges Poby. As Poby receives the wave. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes 30. It's Herald on the top side. Seems to be next port of call. That's why Yike is setting up his due diligence. Either looking for a play towards mid or moving into enemy jungle once again. That lead, by the way, 26, 27 CS I'm seeing, which was the amount of days since Navi played on stage. Coincidence? I don't know. As Yike is monstrously strong, and now that Pusyo's moving with him, anywhere he goes, attention has to be paid.
I think we'll just slowly see that KC gets played all across the board. The problem for, oh, well, Navi might be.
I don't know about the dive, but Gold Card Flash, all out's going to be used. He's dead. Mainta gets tackled by Kana as Jack comes in to step and help.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little that Mainta can do in that situation. He tries his best to find an outplay angle, but it's not enough.
Boy.
Meanwhile, Navi is looking to cross-map. They have their eyes set on this bot tower, but the wave clear from Yehu is there, and now Navi have no other play.
I mean, this really shows how much peril Navi is in. The fact that even though Mainter gets dove, they have the strong side top. I mean, the Casey just don't stop.
Samdi doesn't have cleanse. He needs a Lulu with him. Kana takes a free kill.
This is a nearly 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. This is starting to not be even close.
No.
I mean, this is...
It's not been close
the
at all.
grubs have been taken, but aside from that, it's a perfect game so far from KC. Like, it depends how strict you want to be on the fact that plates were taken in the bottom lane by KC.
I'm not going to be strict.
But, yeah, I mean, it's a near flawless game from KC. Incredibly well played. And I mean, it shouldn't come as much of a surprise. KC were expected to come in as the favorites in this matchup. But this is also part of the reason why, like, when we think about Navi as a team, when we see them in their best version, it's Relech on carries. And I'm not saying that... Well, I mean, Relech has kind of had a bad game on the Xin Zhao, but it all has stemmed from a level 3 play that just went awry. And I think the other thing is you've given KC too much prio in the lane. I think that when they have this much advantage, it's so much easier for them to punish the mistakes that you make. Because Yehu is perma-pushed mid, top lane has perma-had the push as well, and they have the ability to collapse at an instant speed thanks to those double global ultimates through their solo lane. So KC have so many tools in contrast to Navi, who's very reliant on an Ashe arrow connecting, and even then, what's to stop KC from collapsing in response?
I really like the 4-5 from KC. I think the Rise TF really gave them a lot of different ways that they could win the game, and it put Kana in a position where he's just kind of default winning, which I think we've seen Kana in these sort of matchups before, especially like on the Gnar, where he's just always winning side, and he's just so good at it. Like, you can't give this to him, because now, even despite, like, yes, they have played a little bit towards Kana, but Kana was mostly just left on his own, and even if there wasn't a huge jungle gap in this game, probably Kana would just win the game by itself for KC.
As he's just fighting one member now on the 2. Relech gets a flash out of him. Gold card comes in. Wind becomes lightning for an audacious charge, but Kana's out. All he had to do was gold card and press his flash button, and Kana's still hard to punish here in the solo lane.
Well, Navi do still have all of their tools to contest the dragon if they want to try. But that's going to be a face check into Rise.
It is indeed. Paris close to dying. Heal and flash as Kana, or Kalith rather, almost hits the damage. Kana, meanwhile, will come back to the bottom lane. Wind becomes lightning in the flash. They're going to shut down. First kill to Navi. Big first kill at a best of 5 to Navi.
Navi needed that. They needed something because everything is simply bleeding on the map. The Herald's going to be dropped as well. Soul Point now secured for KC. Relech looking for more.
Yeah, he's feeling it a little bit. Flag and drag out from Yike. Gromp going to start. Relech looks for the trade again. Wind becomes lightning, does connect, so range on the audacious charge if he so chooses, while Mainta is enabled to get that plating in the bottom lane. A bit more gold for a team that was 7,000 gold behind.
Yeah, they're still going to need a lot more of those picks, but I like the positivity, gentlemen.
Gotta be.
I mean, I've seen more egregious gold leads thrown before. So,
yes, true. That's true.
I mean, this is just a great play from
I mean, they're
Navi.
abusing the lack of flash like Kana used a few 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, exactly. So good abuse, good punish,
good abuse,
and a good kill secured by Navi means that they'll get on the board, which is better than they were a second ago.
Yeah, better than they were before. Still a 6,000 gold lead, and now 3 dragons for KC. And it definitely does. I mean, it's the Chemtech Soul, so it's not like game ending.
I mean, the question is, so KC, they played against G2 last week. Many people say that that was a 4-0.
Yep.
But KC did in fact win game 1 because G2 threw.
They did.
Now, one could argue that KC have improved their early game similar to what we saw from G2 last week. Will they emulate all of G2 as an arrow does connect?
Look at this. He's not going to pop the cleanse. The Arcane shifted away. It's arrow down for a little bit for what it is worth. As KC reflect themselves back towards the bottom side of the map. But remember, that's because they've got control thanks to the fact that Yehu and Kana are in the same lane. They can always rejoin the mid play if it happens. On the top lane, Poby is playing with the soul lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, now they get the tier 2 bot. It's nearly a 4,000 gold lead for Kana. Even though Poby was able to get the top tower, I mean, Poby is doing pretty well this game. 220 CS, has now 2 items on the Azir. Yeah. So there is a world where they come 5v5, rock up to the soul fight, and Navi just outplay them in the team fight. But it's really the onus is on KC to kind of not allow them to ever even enter to get a normal 5v5. If they're just pushing in the side lanes, abusing the fact that they can always realm warp on you, TF ult on you, to not actually ever allow you to have a safe path of entry, that's when I think the game is really, really hard for Navi to have any sort of comeback.
You know, if Yike wasn't recalling there, they spotted Relech on bot. There's a world where they could have realm warped into Baron and just taken it.
True.
And I think that, if nothing else, they would have gotten double TP. But I think the way Na'Vi... Oh, hang on.
Destiny going to be used. Now the bottom side play begins. Na'Vi runners 3, True Shot Barrage, Cataclysm layered on. Paris will be first to go. An auto from Kana. I'm waiting for it, but he dies to Relech first with the Crescent Guard. Arrow as well. KC are in trouble. Hang on a minute. Another shutdown to Na'Vi. And the cross-map play backfires on KC.
And you were right, Vetty. They learned a little bit too much from G2, as now finally Navi able to get a little bit more back into the game. It's a 4,000 gold lead. They got some shutdowns both on Yike and Kana, and now they're coming into this soul fight with a lot of renewed confidence and no flash on Yike, which means that he has to play a lot more scared if he wants to go for an engage like that again.
So we look back at the play, and it's a hard engage from KC. They think that it's 4 versus 3, easy collapse, but that 4 is initially 2. The Seraphine and the Ezreal are not quite in range with Mainta right on their behind. He has the TP, he uses it to great effect. KC's bot lane is forced to disengage, and that does leave both Yike and Kana isolated to allow for Navi to find a turnaround play.
You're completely right, Vetty. And I think you also see there that they were probably a bit surprised by Poby, because Poby has had a really good game thus far, and he did so much damage to Kana there. Pretty much just one-shot him alongside Relech. And I do think that if there is a player to really carry in this soul fight in 1 minute, it's gonna have to be Poby. 2.5 items now, 260 CS.
Well, he's a full level up. The Rod of Ages is going to equalize that level gap. But for him to find that level advantage, considering how much of a lead KC have been able to build, is very impressive. The jungle is now Relech. 2-1-1 has closed that gold gap. The only real gold difference that exists is in the top lane. So now, Na'Vi, they need this dragon. It is the only thing that will allow them to stall the game. A soul would be bad news for them. They're stacking as 5. They're looking to secure this tower.
In KC, they don't have the lane assignment that they'd really want. They would want Kana to be the one pressuring bot now, but still, I like the fact that they're playing 1-3-1 because they're forcing Navi to make a decision. Are they going to actually collapse onto Yehu, or are they going to make a play happen?
Arrow's close. Poby looks for the shuffle onto Busio. He won't find it. Good damage onto half HP, but he will sustain. KC still have top as an opening as Navi have committed. No one's based. Yehu will slowly whittle this turret down. Top is going to fall as well for this dragon to be stopped. I mean, Navi are going to lose a lot of gold again.
But KC are the winners of this play. They're going to get the full top tier 2. They're getting plates on bot. And now the gold lead is back up to 6,000 gold, nearly 7,000. And it's just a Chemtech Drake for Navi. It doesn't really change anything in the fights to come.
Yeah, I mean, KC did the right thing. Don't even give Navi the chance to find their win condition, which is a 5v5 fight. Instead, play through the side lanes, bot tier 3 secured, top tier 2 secured, and darkness created. Observers, if you could show us what Navi see right now. Yeah, thank you so much. It is very limited around this. They're going to rely on Mainta to face check, and this is how Navi have to group to force vision information into the topside river, which they're going to garner, but what's the cost of that? Well, look at the bot wave once again being pushed in by KC. They're now grouping up. They're fishing for a pick themselves. Keep your eyes on the minimap and keep your eyes on what Kana is doing, because if there's a side lane, he's going to be in it.
KC have the inside track to mid for now. At least they did. They're cutting off the vision supply and any kind of movement from Na'Vi through their own jungle. They have to take the base. And for now, while we're talking about vision, let's not forget Sam D with a hawk shot has to be purposeful with that E button. It has to be used towards the Baron, and they don't have vision on it. But he's only got 2 stocks of it as well. So as mid turret goes down, inner drops, KC again get that encroachment through the mid lane and further pressure Na'Vi back towards their base.
I like what you're saying a lot, Vetty. What KC seem to really understand how Navi's comp functions, and the fact that they want to go for the 5v5 always, and that KC want to avoid that. We're not seeing KC just fall into the standard trap of, okay, we have a big gold lead, we don't need to care about what our comp really does anymore, we can just 5v5 to start the Nash. Instead, they continue to put Kana off towards the side lane, and they're kind of just biding their time, building a bigger gold lead until eventually they can catch someone off with the Realm Warp or with the TF ultimate.
I mean, TF now with the Infinity Edge finished. He is scary. Level 16 secured as well. Kana is very scary in a side lane. Na'Vi have to commit resources, but again, I'll draw your attention to this mini-map. Look at what KC is doing. The traditional 1-1-3, right? That's why it's called 1-3-1. They pressure you from multiple angles. They force you to split up, and it's...
Arrow.
Ooh, the arrow
It's
does
Kana.
connect.
Here comes Poby as well. Wait for the shuffle. The Proto Belt sends him into his team, and Kana's dead. Sandy, I've got to say, this game is hitting some good arrows.
So that's how you break it. You just kill one of the ones. Nice arrow, does connect, sets up for a pick, and now Na'Vi, they've got a big window here. What do they use this window to do?
I think you have to go Nash. That's the best way to try to come back in this game. They're going to try to push in mid. Maybe they just settle for the mid tower. But I do think when you get such a big pick like this, it's still 30 seconds on Kana. It looks like they don't want to go for it.
Yeah, they seem hesitant because they realize, yes, it's a valuable pick. They buy themselves some time, but starting the Baron against Ezreal Ryze always has a lot of risks associated with it. In my mind, they want to try and get the TP out from maybe the Ryze, because with no TP available, at least it alleviates some of the split pushing threat. Yeah, you're right. In my mind, he has Realm Warp, so he can actually just TP whenever he wants.
I mean, that's true.
They're trying to put some pressure. My whole point, though, is pressure. You're trying to counter-respond, because the idea is that, hey, if we start the Baron, you now have to come to us. You have to come and challenge us, because if you don't, we're just going to get this objective for free. We'll get the empowered recalls, we get back to base, and then we're able to catch these waves to stop this the pressure that you're generating.
While you're talking, just highlighting some items that have been built. Obviously, Actualizer's been there for a bit, I believe, on Yahoo, but...
Somebody just got Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that's...
All for that pick, so that was the big one.
You didn't look at my circle.
Sorry, I didn't look at it.
You didn't look at it. They're big circle.
Big circles.
Production, we will need some smaller circles at some point.
Smaller circles?
Smaller circles, yeah. Just so I can, you know, look towards something a little bit smaller. Like the Infinity Edge you mentioned, which is a big item, to be fair. The Under's also picked up within that window as well. So Poby now has 3 items.
3 items on both of their carries. I think we've really gotten to the point now where, even though it's a 6,000 gold lead, if it goes to a normal 5v5, it's really anyone's game, depending on how the execution goes. Because if Na'Vi get a good arrow, they get a good shuffle, or if Mainter can get some good CC as well, I think they can easily win a 5v5 fight. But again, as we've talked about this whole cast, it's like, it's really about KC trying to avoid that 5v5. Yep. They're continuing to play this 1-3-1 and wanting to try to pressure them before the Drake spawns so that there is no fight to be had.
Ardent Sensor just picked up as well. Massive item for the value of Navi's duo attack speed carries. Baron's still the focus, but Dragon's up in 20 seconds. How much do Navi care about giving over this soul as they group up as a 4-stack mid for now? Note that Poby's topside trying to back away. He'll successfully do so to react to the bot wave being pushed in by Yahoo. That also gives them a bit of time to move to the Baron, rather Dragon on the bottom side of the map as pings are going down for it.
Well, here we go. This is a pivotal point now for Na'Vi, because yes, they need this Dragon, but KC in a similar position before. They can afford to lose it. Oh, and Poby, he's isolated.
Flash, he's found out before he goes into the brush. Gold card later as well. Poby's just about to die. Shifting Sands failed, and Yike won't even need to get the kill. Rather, he steals it away. Realm Walk going to be used. KC on the chase. 4 members of Na'Vi on the wrong side of the map. They Mega Blast Cone, go separate ways onto Busho. He gets on-court. It is made to take it up with the jungle as well, with Crescent Guard and Reledge in the middle of everyone. Meanwhile, Sam D gets paranoid because everyone from KC are following him behind. Yike as well with the chase up onto Paris, and he's just used the wild growth, so he's got nowhere to go, nothing to do. He's going to die, and Navi's chance at a 5v5 got absolutely ruined with Poby getting caught.
And KC, they found the pick. They utilized the Ryze and TF to pick off Poby, and with that, they're going to look to end the game. It's only Mainter up against the 3, while Paris is trying to find a recall. Oh, maybe he gets it. But should still be GG for KC.
I think so. Poby's up in 5. He didn't use his Emperor's Divide, but next Tyrants are dropping like flies.
Poby could maybe play this.
It's a barrage execution, though. You say it, but now the Nexus exposed with maybe a dead main to top. Poby ulties to no avail. They jump and they dive onto Caliph, but even that's not enough. What a showing from KC. As Na'Vi have got a lot to do in the series to wake up.
A minor blip from KC, where they lost a couple members on the bot side, but overall a very clean game. Successful punish of Relech's early pathing led to a dominant Game 1 victory.
Let's see what happens in Game 2 as we go to a short break.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Heavy is the head that the crown seats sold. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like down, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats sold. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been given this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow, get it together.
It's good. Oh, flash away from the flag and drag Parasol caught out though, and an encore will roll through him. First blood, easy as that. KC, good roam.
I'm coming, Yahoo.
I have dash.
Yeah?
I don't. Yeah, can you hit?
Nice.
Haha. Drop them.
It's there first from Jarman. It's good. I know. I have finish.
How is it going? Yeah, man.
It's good, really good.
Please.
Now today you're going up against Yike, who you've been compared to a little bit because you both kind of came into the scene very explosive, very diverse champion pool. How do you see yourself going up against him in that matchup?
I think he's a really solid player. He's playing good around his teammates. But I think sometimes when games go a bit like rough for them, he takes bad decisions. Today, I'm gonna force him to take these bad decisions and we will win through that.
I believe so. I believe that, definitely.
Now, Rilech said that he will try and force him to make bad decisions, but let's look at that early game and see if he actually did. We're gonna roll out the clip. We are watching from Yike's perspective, which until now it looks like a typical early game. He's about to do his full clear. Ward here comes in crucially, and he will get a little bit of information on Rilech. Until now, everything is perfect. But something will happen that will prompt Yike to say that he's gonna ruin Rilech's day. At this point, what's going on through Yike's head is that he simply wants to play a game of cat and mouse. He saw Rilech, his full clear is done, and what he will do is he won't be looking to be proactive on this side of the map. He will say, I'm gonna follow Rilech everywhere. Because at this point, he has done his full clear, they're inches apart from each other, and he's gonna do this for pretty much the whole game. He's gonna sit on top of Rilech and look to make his life a living hell. And why does he do that, you may ask? He just wants to force a jungle clear where they're both on the same side of the map with the lead for the whole game. He goes for the bot trap, doesn't really care that Rilech is here because all he wants to do is take this and keep matching him. Sees Rilech again, doesn't reset, doesn't go both side. He keeps saying, I will stay here because Kana is pushing. Yehu is already back from base and he's ready to invade for the other side of the map, and the play is still not over. We're gonna speed it up. Still, bam, back on the bot side of the map, same side of the map with the jungler clear, and gets a free Drake. Bot action is still happening, and now, where is the last time, or where is the last place Rilech can be? On his red buff, walks here, takes the red buff, early game is over, and this is why you just don't give Yike any bit of information, because this is cut and dry Yike. He will take the early game and run away with it.
And he did. Thank you. He did. I was still wondering if KC didn't take a page out of G2's early ugly book and we're gonna throw the game at some point.
I was waiting for it.
It didn't always look clean.
After last week's games, I'm ready for anything.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna say, you know, optimistically, it makes the games exciting.
I mean, the signs were there. The signs were there. There was like some side lane plays. NAVI actually fought back. They caught Kana. He yellow carded a few too many minions. But in the end, they kind of finished the game cleanly. And I love the breakdown from Odo. And I think the only thing that I agree with as well is that the fact that he hit on the fact that they have push in both solo laners, I think is so important because Jack had so much information constantly and so much freedom because you had the TF pushing into K'Sante. You had Ryze into Azir who's also permanently pushing. Yike was really set up for success this game and he made so much out of it.
Yeah. And I gotta say, like, credit to KC, there were still some hiccups. Hiccups I don't think we would have seen if the game was a bit closer. They just had such a big gold lead that they were allowed to make those missteps. But the biggest thing was those lanes, and especially top lane. We talked about it. Like, this blind pick K'Sante was awful. And you're setting up Kana for the champion that he played last week that I think looked the best in his hands. He played alongside Nefiri last week. This week, of course, it's with Yike on the Jarvan. And it feels like for the first time, we get to see the individual advantages Casey talked about building. And yes, not only were they playing better individually as players, but the matchups just set them up for so much success. And Navi have to be looking back at this draft going, oh, why did we let this happen?
I mean, I'm quite happy. Like, finally, if a player ever wants to blind pick K'Sante top again, you can show them this game. Like, I think K'Sante blind has fallen out of favor in the meta just because of things like this. The range top laners just shut him down and make his life a breathing hell. But Navi came into this game and we expected a little bit more, I would say. But they haven't been playing for 27 days. Let's be real, okay? So some early game hiccups were expected, and I think they kind of got a little bit more comfortable as the game dragged on. They were looking for side lane plays. They're playing around the Rash hours better. So I want to see if they can kind of come into game 2 with a little bit more confidence, because this really felt like a really weak start for them.
I mean, that's the thing. We've talked about Navi and we've talked about the demons that they're trying to overcome, being Rilech, being in the driver's seat all the time and bringing more diversity in their gameplay, but haven't been playing for such a long time, plus the fact that it's their first best of 5 as a team. Do you want to just go back to basics, actually, and not try and innovate so much? what is what we want to see from them moving forward?
I mean, it's tough, right? I think that there is like no perfect answer for Navi. That's why they're not favored in this series, right? There is no one-shot guaranteed solution. There is no silver bullet. I'm curious what they will try. I think we saw some pretty safe, pretty, I would say, standard but outdated drafting in the previous one with an option like Cassante. I would like to see a little bit more spice. I would like to see Relech set up for success. But Relech was kind of his own undoing in the previous game. So do you want to double down as Navi? I still think it's the right call, but I'm curious if they'll commit.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Laura. Like, we want to see Relech in the driving seat. This game, he was definitely in the passenger seat, feet up, outside the window, just chilling. So, I mean, I feel like it starts with Relech being in a good position. And as you highlighted, Dracos, we did not see that game one. And I really want to, and it needs to come from him. Because as you say, this game, he kind of decided to go bot level 3 and flip the game, and he kind of paid the price for it deeply. So maybe it's like, I don't love him on the Xin Shao. I think it's not his best champion. I feel like he really stands out more when he's playing these skirmish-heavy, they're like team fight bruisers that can really take over a fight.
Listen, he said it himself multiple times in interview. He is the main guy for the team, and that's what we want to see from him. Let's see if he's put in this position in Game 2. Casters, over to you guys.
Was definitely not main character vibes in game number 1. A pretty much clean game from KC. I mean, until there were a couple of good picks from Navi. Shout out to Sam D, I think, on the arrows, and Navi kind of bringing it together. But the gold lead was still massive, and KC got to walk away with it. We go into game 2, myself, Jack, and Vetty, to find out if the draft changes at all. Because it's not like we were like, oh, that KC draft, Navi draft was so bad. Like, it had its merits. It was very straightforward. Maybe it's just about changing it up for the dynamic of how they get through this early game, if it's going to be like that.
I mean, I do think now, though, with Navi on... actually, wait. Are they
Navi's red side first pick?
Oh my god, this still throws me off, Like, I was gonna say now that they have last pick, but they don't have last pick. But I really think it's all about the solo laners for Navi, because we saw in that last game, I think if Yehu and Kana just have winning pushing lanes, then we're not gonna see Relech magic, because you really need to have winning lanes if you're gonna look for invades, if you're gonna look for a lot of proactive ganks, especially if you're playing against a team like KC, and they're gonna ward, Like, he tried to go for the early cheese gank, but KC, they knew he could do it, so they already had it warded and lost him the game.
Cassio's open. Yep. Okay. I thought that they would consider a Caitlyn, but then I remembered that Cassio was open. So they are going to insta-lock it. Now, we've seen Cassio flex between top and mid. I would be surprised if Mainta played it top lane. I also have a take on Anivia, which is that I just think top lane Anivia isn't good. I'm going to say it. I just don't think it is.
I mean, I think in this game, you're just always going to put the Anivia into the Cassio.
Yeah, probably.
Would be my vibe. And then you can, since KC is having the last pick, they can see where the Cassio goes. And you end up picking the Vi as well. I mean, it has some synergy with the Anivia, but I would say that the Cassio, if she can scale up and get pretty tanky this game, then she feels pretty comfortable into the Vi later on. Ooh, but they're going to go for the Lucian here. I think Lucian into Vi has always been a bit tricky because you have a lot of mobility, and the Millia also has very little value into the Vi.
Yeah.
So they really need to stomp this bot lane, I feel like, if they're going to get a lot of value out of this Lucian Millia.
Okay, quick question for you, Jack, because you are an AD carry main. Do you know the range of Lucian?
It is 500.
525?
525, really?
No, it's 500, I think.
Okay, well, that's beside the point. You do emphasize exactly what I want, which is that, like, I don't know Cassio's range off the top of my head, but that's a short-range comp.
That's a very short-range comp.
Caitlyn.
That's for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that's my issue with picking the Lucian, is that you've basically chosen it voluntarily into the Anivia, and I feel like Anivia is really happy with what she's playing into right now. I feel like there's so much zone control that she can provide, and when you pair that alongside a Caitlyn, you just kind of, it's just zone control city.
Yeah, I much prefer KC's draft thus far. We'll have to see what they can match up the Caitlyn with. So far, it looks like Navi doesn't want to actually target the support champion pool whatsoever. So I think KC can just get a Karma for themselves. And I mean, I think Navi will probably look to ban out the Karma last, if I were to have a guess. But you can still pair it up with something like the Lux.
Or maybe they go... I mean, again, I know we've been talking about this Cassio versus Anivia probably being mid head-to-head. Maybe it's a Nala ban again. Maybe they're worried. I mean, but again, Mainta probably did that because of the Cassante in game number 1. But is it going to be tank role-playing again for him? We talk so much about the importance of having priority in lanes, especially in this series, when it does feel like they're already getting outranged, I think lanes become that much more important, that they don't just survive, but they thrive. Is Mainta going to go on a take again with Sion up and available? Nah has been banned, so I'll leave it up to the
I feel like it's Sion, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the vibe I'm getting.
They're sticking to the same bans from game number 1, but I feel like now with the fact that you didn't target bot lane whatsoever, Busio, he decides to go for the Nico over the Karma, but it's just so easy to have a good matchup into this Lucian Milio, and I really think I would have preferred for them to try to set their bot lane up for success when they picked the Lucian Milio this early. But Lee Sin for Reletch could be very exciting, but I don't think he will pick it because he has no CC to set up this Lee Sin.
I mean, he's flexing between the Rek'Sai and the Lee Sin right now. I'd be excited for both. We're putting Reletch in the driver's seat for this game. There's that Sion that we predicted.
Yeah.
Not surprising, really, for Mainta. Navi's drafting, very much a front-to-back comp. I am very concerned with Navi's ability to actually close the gap against KC. Right now, they've got no hard CC.
Yeah, I think you need to pick a jungler with CC. I'm thinking something like
Is it time for the inspired Ornn jungle? Is that
I think it's Skarner that you lock in here. That's the only pick I can really... Trundle? Trundle?
But now in top, I mean, does Kana have to go a tank? No. Right?
No, he can
go whatever he wants. He can have fun with it.
He could put the Navy top if he wants to.
True.
And they could play something else in mid. I don't know what else you could really... You could play Victor mid probably into Cassio. That's fine. You could play Ahri mid. That's also fine.
I think you just go a strong champion
They
to
could
the
do
side.
Galio if they really wanted to.
I like Yone a lot.
Oh my god. So we got a bit ascended on... Are we concerned for Navi's draft?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's tell our audience why.
Okay, so KC's draft, they have winning top lane, winning mid lane. I mean, Cassio will get pushed first few levels, but then eventually Anivia can just start to be really annoying.
Yeah.
I think Caitlyn Nico is hard winning bot. And we just saw what happened last game when KC had winning lanes. And then also I think later on in team fights, KC has so much easier execution because they have longer range and they have better engage. While this Navi comp, Trundle is not up against the tank, so he doesn't have great ult value. He's not up against really immobile carries. It is the Anivia, but she's going to play so far back so that the pillar won't really have much value. I just feel like I'm running, like there's so many reasons I could just keep going.
The one big thing I will say is that it was Sam D that ended the Lucian's lose streak. Right?
But this is a really bad matchup for
Lucian. Okay, okay, listen. The Lucian Melio has outplay potential.
That it does.
Okay.
And if Reletch could get a cheese gank.
I'm not going to say it's a... No, I'll say it's a skill matchup in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Okay?
It's just
in the sense that every matchup is a skill matchup?
Yes. Skill will be expressed, and Navi's going to need to level up their skills in order to thwart this draft that KC have presented us. It's not looking great, but we'll see. Like, because you know what, Jack? As casters, we've been wrong many times before. In fact, I've made a career out of it.
Yeah.
So we will see. Maybe Navi will prove us all wrong and show that there is something in their draft that we don't see just yet.
Let's hope, because again, I will say, if we talked a lot about AD carries, but in terms of support matchup, Nico in 2v2s has so much strength that her alone usually can dictate. Not only just
also,
the level 2, but
let's talk about the intangibles.
The intangibles, okay.
Yike on Vi
That's true.
does have a bit of a history.
It's a pretty good Vi game, though.
But it was negative before. Now it's actually one of his best champs this year so far.
Man, I think we can just lock the camera.
Let's focus in on the history.
Could we lock the camera on bot? I think this game is totally decided by bot lane, because bot lane, you can see it, it's so volatile. They are going to be trading non-stop, and Caitlyn and Nico, I mean, already have gotten a huge 8p advantage, and this feels really bad for the Lucian and Milio, because level 1 is the one time where you can see how they want to trade. You want to do the Lucian W with the Milio E and try to trade on it, but Reletch is dancing in the bush, looking for the
Wants to steal, going Yike. Here we go, get revenge for last game. Reset of patience, no, not yet. There's the smite, and that's a good start for Reletch. Sneaky invade here from the Navi jungler.
Is it a good start?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like...
It looked like it, why wasn't it?
Because he takes so much time to get one camp, and now he's going for his bot side, actually.
I mean, I love that he's using the push that Poby has to just do stuff in the enemy jungle. Trundle is a great duelist in the early laning phase. Sorry, the laning phase. Just early levels in general.
Oh
thanks
my
to his
god,
Q.
they're still level 1 on bot. This is so unplayable.
Jackie experiencing secondhand trauma right now.
I have played this matchup before, yeah. This is tough. I mean, it's 5 CS on Samdi. He's going to try to pick up some of these under tower. And now Kalist has to be a little bit worried. So, I mean, the nice thing about Relech's pathing is that he kind of like, you know, threw a curveball in there. And now, since he went to bot side, he can kind of protect his bot lane.
Yep.
And Yike choosing to skip the red buff here. Wants to just pressure a dive, maybe? Or wants to look for an invade on the blue buff?
He's going to go for the invade. Boost just going to help out as well. With that prio, it means that they can do anything here in the jungle. Blue buff can be started. Relech will now get level 3 as well.
I think
we're quite even.
Relech wins the 1v1 though, I think. So, but I mean, they do have full bot prio, so I suppose they can just steal it.
For both though. That's going to come through from Yike first. There's the Tangle Barbs as well. Relech Pillar saves the life here. Kalist kites it back. 90 caliber net and the Q at the same time. Sandy comes in, very risky, pops the barrier as well. Now Paris might be caught out as Yehu cuts off the path of the escape to the left. Blue buff was taken. Scuttle's going to be taken as well. Yehu stops Snake Lady from walking into lane.
The wave is in a pretty good spot.
It's not like he's going to lose much, but he's just a nuisance.
Okay, I mean, I like the adaptation from Yike. He realizes, okay, my bot lane has push. I can take advantage of this. He skips the red. That's the most important thing, because killing your red doesn't really matter that much, because obviously it's great to get the cooldown already going, but the rest of your camps are really what you want to be cycling. Right now, the fight is over that top crab, but I don't think Yike is in a position to contest this.
Paris is here, while Busio decided to stay for the bot wave.
I'm not sure if Q was charged up, but regardless, might comes down through from Relech first, so Yike gets zoned out. While meanwhile, we go back to the top lane. It's just for the plating here that Kana is just going to do a bit of damage and snap back to the Soul Unbound. But he is doing pretty nicely up here. He's going to get the TP forced out of Mainta. And level 6 inbound.
The thing now is that Caitlyn got the pickaxe, while Lucian got the longsword. So now it's a 15 AD deficit in the bot lane matchup. And we already saw that was pretty hard for the Lucian Melio to play. And that was going to be quite a bit harder for them to ever actually win trades. And I'm kind of surprised by how much action there's been in the jungle department. But I think Relech kind of knows that he needs to introduce some volatility of his own. Because if Yike could just full clear the bot, and his bot is getting pushed in the whole time, it's going to be really, really hard for him to play. So that's kind of the mindset that Relech has in this game, but so far, it hasn't actually resulted in any sort of lead for Navi. As Samdi dashes in.
The caliber net is nice, but stepping on a trap, this is perfect. CC chain, Sandy's dead! Oh my god, from Casey's 2v2, that was clean.
It was so clean from Kalist. Uses the 90 caliber net to proc his passive. He then gets trapped into root into trap again, or was it root into trap?
It was root into trap, and I want to ask you, Veri, was there a lot of skill expression Lucian could do there after he dashed in?
Skill matchup.
Pass.
Next question,
please.
There's a 1k gold lead bot, and the wave just got pushed in. Now, I believe it was a cannon wave, so there'll only be a couple of minions denied, but so much damage already done on the turret and Kalist. We're going to find out what he comes back with next as we look at the replay. Let's find out.
Show us, Jack. Break it down.
I mean, the hard part is that this is why this matchup is so bad, because if you try to dash in, even if he doesn't get hit by the Nico E, it's still a losing trade because he just gets hit by the Caitlyn EQ and then a Nico Q. But because of the fact that he doesn't have the cleanse, because he has the Melio, pre-level 6, if he gets hit by the Nico route, he's just dead. And I don't know, like, what can the Lucian do?
Be sad by the sounds of it.
Yes, so.
Okay, well, our eyes are still on Relech. Right now, he's pinging towards mid lane. Is there even a gank here, though? That just might be.
Maybe, yeah, who tried to push out the wave. He does successfully do so. Now trying to kite it out as he flushes over the wall. Relech gets a pillar to block his path. Yeah, who can't go anywhere. Turns in the egg as Yike tries to save the play. Poby hits him over the wall in that egg. Vault breaker, right? Yeah, Yike cannot save it. And Navi get one. And their first one of this game, too.
Okay, I mean, investing in Poby is definitely not a bad idea. Get the Cassio ahead if you can. Now the bot crab, but the fight between the junglers.
Pretty good so far. Relech, Pillar is back up and available now, but he chooses to run out instead. For Scuttle, Yike will take priority down here, while Navi's bot lane has to back off.
I love the response from Casey's bot lane there. The comm was clearly from Yike, hey, we can contest crab, even though we don't have a Nivea, they don't have anything else. Let's fight them for this, and they secure that crab. Now they can secure the dragon as well. Another nice trade from Kalist.
Yeah, it's going to be the Drake for KC, and I mean, now they could even look for a bot dive, since Yike is gonna get level 6 off this dragon.
Trouble. Crystallized. Flash Frost gets the stun, waiting for the next Frost bite. Onto Relech, who's running for his life. This bird is going to get the help from a two-man sword. Flashed in for the Q. Mortal Steel in the back of Relech.
And bot lane is also going to be zoned off of tower from that bot side trade. I mean, it's painful across the board for Navi here.
It's rough. Things could be better
Is
for Navi.
Is there a butt coming?
No. Just more so just kind of observing. You know?
Just part of it now. We're just enjoying.
You know how on wildlife shows they say that when you see like predator and prey, you're not allowed to interfere.
Yep.
That's kind of what we're doing right now. We're just observing.
We're letting it play out.
Like, guys, I'm sorry, Navi fans, we can't interject.
No, we can't do
we're not
anything.
allowed. You just kind of have to let nature take its course. And right now, it is KC with a 1.8k gold lead, 8 minutes into the game. An early swap towards the top side to perhaps contest the grubs that are now on the rift. But KC's bottom lane on the top side, I think it's going to be difficult for Navi to get the prio needed in order to contest.
Yeah, they do have a slight tempo advantage, so they will be able to push in this wave, but the problem is that Relech is on the bot side, so they can't start the... Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is happening already.
That's a
just with the
solo
recurve bow. You think so? Well, I'm starting to think, yeah, because Mainta ulted to the wave, and he gets punished. Kana with a solo kill, and it just keeps getting worse.
Yes, it absolutely
Not
does.
for KC, though.
No,
but their story gets better.
it is devastating right now for Navi. The Yone getting a solo kill is just going to accelerate that champion, which is the last thing that you want to have happen. Blade of the Ruin King is such a big spike for him. The call isn't even halfway completed.
He's 3 levels ahead of this jungler. Make it 2. Reledge going to 1v1. Let's see if Subjugation even comes out the pillar out, but where's he going to go? Fate's still flushed away from it. He snaps back to the Spirit Clip. Subjugation finally comes through, but it won't do much here on the Yone. But now finally Mainta teleports in, Decimating Smash to get some revenge back. It's nice. It's a shutdown over to Poby.
Okay, 2 kills for Poby, 700 gold lead.
Okay.
We saw him, he had some good plays on the Azir last game. Maybe he can try to make some magic happen on this Cassiopeia. That's the one silver lining, bronze lining.
Can he play meanwhile? Ace in the hole. If he got hit by the Q, I would say problem. Maybe he's going to back away. So
it might be a problem anyways, if they can cancel him here.
Harris is going to stop his base. He's found out. Now he's got to get a mega fireball kick. It's buffered, cease and desist, tangle bubs. Nowhere to go. Paris does flash away to his turret, but it's matched. Booster going to get the auto while Yike takes up the turret. And KC, they're on a tear again.
They absolutely are. It is pick after pick, plate after plate. KC, ever on the map, just continue to build a lead. And it's great that Poby gets that shutdown. 2-0-0 on the Cassio. The question is going to be, is that enough? Is that enough to turn the game around? Because Navi, they're going to need a fight. They're going to need a good fight and a lot of kills in order to swing the momentum back their way. But with objectives falling over and over, Dragon in 1 minute and 50 will be their moment, will be the opportunity for Navi to maybe have the items needed to set up for a fight and contest KC. But then the question is, does KC even need to bother? Do they really need to fight for the second Dragon? Because with the lane dominance that they currently have, they can just continue playing for these towers, playing for these plates, as the Lucian falls further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, you really need that first item on Poby, I think, because right now, despite the fact that he has a 800 gold lead, he only really has the Swifty boots above Yehu. So in terms of actual fighting prowess, there's not going to be a huge difference there, while Kalist is going to be a lot stronger alongside Busio than Sandy and Paris in pretty much every skirmish, especially with how much they can chunk them down. I mean, Sandy already half HP now with Kalist using that ultimate. And it's just the problem that this Navi draft runs into is that you don't have anything to actually pressure bot.
Yeah.
Like Relech goes bot and puts down a pillar, and then they say, and then what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Kalist, he can pretty much single-handedly take this tower, but having the support of his team just adds that extra bit of pressure. Samdi, see, so remember we talked about that 500 range during draft?
Yeah.
It's not enough to last hit those minions, Jack. Yeah. The traps get put down, he gets zoned away from the wave, he loses gold. He will at least get XP, that's the good news, but it is a dire situation for Samdi here in the bottom lane.
One thing that we didn't talk about too much that KC did really well was they had Kana level 1 ward the middle bush. And the big reason for that is with this matchup, what Lucian Milio really needs to do is get a great trade level 1 when Caitlyn and Nico are face checking in the bushes, so that they can actually chunk them out and try to at least contest the wave. Because we've seen now this game what happens if Caitlyn and Nico can just push you in undeterred. And it's a horror for the Lucian. He needs to be able to dash in, trade back. But maybe with Poby, they can try to play for Drake here.
They're trying. 3K at the very least. Relech is on top of it. Yike's going to back away, so Smite steal. No, he takes a blast code. Vault breaker for the steal. He had us in the first part of the camera hook as Cullen comes out from Sam D. Layers down some damage, but Casey ready to go back in. Pillar stops the Vault breaker from Yike. Who puts down the Glacial Storm. You see that Navi, trepidatious and walking towards, but Dragon is down. Casey get number 2, and that was Navi's objective. Snuck away by the KC jungler.
The Smite King, Yike is able to find it again, but it's tragic, as you say, Jake, for Navi, because this kind of felt like it could be their comeback play. Kalist was on the bot side. They actually had a little bit of a numbers advantage, but now it's 2 dragons for KC. They're going to get the bot tower on this wave as well. And maybe they can even look for a play if Samdi tries to walk up here. I mean, Yike is behind them.
I mean, yeah, they walked up, now walking back. Kalist going to 90 caliber net. Cease and desist is there, right on top of the Milio. Paris has no chance. He's one shot. Kalist would kill number 2, and it keeps getting worse here in the bottom lane. Is now in a turret's under threat with 2 plates taken off the instant push.
It simply goes from bad to worse as Navi's options continue to be limited. They are running out and rapidly. KC Gold just balloons as Kalist secures the first tower of the game. The Yone nearly completing the cull in the top lane as well. He's almost guaranteed to get that Blade of the Ruin King on base, and if you thought the matchup was bad before, Blade is just such a huge swing for the Yone.
Yeah.
It'll be KC just continuing to dominate here. I mean, we're only 14 minutes in.
It's only 6:13, or when did I look at my phone last? 6:17. Like, it's not very late in the night. And, I mean, this is a dominating performance for a team that, after G2, we were concerned how they're going to turn up today. A lot of people were worried that, like, oh, maybe KC were broken after the end of the season, after maybe the Madrid Roadshow. But here we stand, revitalized, recharged, and I got to say, I mean, everyone's firing on all cylinders. He was someone I was worried about. He's had a stable game. He did get ganked before, but it was a merit of Relech here in the second game.
I think Yehu is the one player thus far that hasn't really shown much, not in a negative sense, but just like, I mean, in the Rise game he had some good roams and played well, but in this game he hasn't really had to do much of anything. Like, the top is just winning on his own, and bot lane is, I mean, 3,000 gold lead combined. And now they're just taking mid towers. Like, this is like a solo queue game where the Caitlyn gets so fed, she can just go to every single lane and just take all 5 blades.
That's legitimately what I was just thinking about. I'm like, this is like my solo queue games where I'm just happy 1v1 against my enemy mids, and now I'm sad because enemy Caitlyn is here, and I'm like, sorry, she's what? Why does she have Hex Optic and a BF sword in my lane?
Oh, hang on, maybe caught out. No, that's only Busio. Kalista's already spaced back. Good decimating smash. By the way, Mainzer did ulti. It ran into a clone of Busio's from what I saw. So unfortunate there is he tried to pick the angle for Navi to fight.
You know that cat meme of what's going on over there? Because I'm looking at that Yone sitting in the top lane.
Isn't that super old?
Maybe. I'm super old. Get over it, bro.
You are. They're trying gaze. Flash Frost not connected from Yehu. An opportunity here is Relech. Pulls out the subjugate. Going to go into egg under turret. Poby's already tanked it up. Relech is tanking up a bit too much. That egg needs to die now. Relech, one more shot would kill him as Poby comes in to save the day. He's on a killing spree yet again here as Kalist in the mid lane gets quite low, but so does Sam D with one shot. Yike was busy getting the Herald in the top lane, while KC's approach here in mid adds some pressure with the TP from Kana to cover bot.
I mean, Kana, yes, he's sad that his mid lane lost his life, but the good news for him is more farm bot lane. He continues to push in top. He gets a plate up there, TP's to bot, catches that wave. The Anivia can now move to top lane to go and catch that wave. And as you mentioned earlier, Yehu, I mean, like, yes, he's a little bit behind, but it really doesn't matter, because as this game continues, his responsibility is not to be the carry. His responsibility is to provide utility to the Caitlyn that just went back to base and picked up an Infinity Edge. We are 16 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and the Caitlyn has an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, at this point, I think Yehu doesn't have much responsibility at all. Like, goodness.
I think he has got payphone on full blast, and he is having the time of his life. He's literally, I mean, he's not typing in all chat, just to be clear, but if it was me, I'd be like, gank me again, you know?
I'd be running mid-diff, you know? Like, that's a classic when you go 0-7 or something, end a game, and you go, yeah, top diff. Speaking from experience. As KC, look, it is only that mid lane. Every other lane, as we're talking about, the gold lead is up to 6k, 2.5 in top, now with Bladed Ruin King and kind of then some. Also, we mentioned the Infinity Hedge for Kalist. I want to see him hit some people as damage is going to be fun. Flash Frost going to hit top lane in Poby. Relech in a bit of trouble as his pillar was sent out. I believe it popped up Yehu for the 1 damage, therefore turret aggro.
I mean, the thing is, last game, in this scenario, we talked about how could Navi find the comeback. Because they had the stronger 5v5 and they had good tools to do so. The problem this game might have is that I don't know how Navi comes back. Because as you see on your screen, Relech puts the pillar and then Yehu puts the wall. And that's the one engage. No. Unless you get a Scion ult, but that's going to get blocked by the Nico clone.
I mean, everything's going wrong. We just saw the Herald charge past the pillar. Pillar wasn't put up in time, so inner turret goes down.
I mean, yes, correct. Both of you correct.
Both of us are correct.
Thank you, teacher.
It's a situation where, as a caster, we're simply waiting for the inevitable because Navi need a miracle. That's just the reality of their situation. They need KC to not only egregiously make mistakes, but they also need to find some crazy angles because normally I would argue like, oh, if Relech was on, let's say, Ambessa, maybe he could find an ult onto Caitlyn and then maybe that's a way they could turn this game around. But Yone, he's just 1v3.
Shield onto Relech under the inner turret. Kalist comes in with the damage. Relech close to dying. Ace in the hole's already been used, but even so, there were blockers in the way. But inner turret's going to lose its plating regardless. Relech has come back out because wolves are spawning. Luckily, there's no wards here. Otherwise, that guy, he'd be in trouble.
Oh, but if he goes for the blue buff, Yike is around. He's on a pink ward, but Yike has the ultimate.
Yike. Oh, pillar now. Now. Flash and cease and desist. Subjugate. He is dead. Good little Q. Oh, Subjugate keeps him alive. No, he's dead. He's indeed dead. And we are going to match point. Get in the way, someone. Busio flashes. Oh. And it's just so easy for KC. What can you do? Pop Blossom on this Lumberjack who just doesn't have enough HP. Kalist with 3 kills. And this hasn't even been close from the start of game 1 to now.
The drafts, man, like the drafts need to just be questioned simply here. It felt like they had so few tools at the beginning of the game, and Relech, he's trying to sneak away jungle camps. He's trying to stay relevant in this game, and KC even denied that from him. After Relech falls, Mainter is simply too overextended. Busio commits his flash. I thought it was quite funny. Kalist quickly drops like 3 traps in a row. He's like, okay, no, yeah, that'll do, get that one there.
It's hard with the knockoffs because the mono.
It's true.
But yeah, I think with the draft discussion, Vetty, like for me, the puzzling pick is the Trundle because I think of Trundle.
I think it was the Lucian Melio.
Okay, the Lucian Melio as well.
Caitlyn was open.
Okay,
we both
I agree.
said
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn.
I think Lucian Melio is not good because Lucian's is hard to play into Vi, and then it's hard to play into Caitlyn as well. But also, like, you're picking Trundle for Relech when you already have the Scion, so you know that Kana is not going to play a tank. He's always going to play like a tank killer.
Sure.
And the Trundle just doesn't have any value. Like, you want to play Trundle into immobile carries or into a tank so you can steal their stats, neither of which is the case here.
You know, I was talking about this on a very famous podcast, and actually Orcs was mentioning this with Aragon as well. It's called Meta Merchants, by the way. Top lane, right now, to play tanks, when there's so many top lane options available, that's why we get these constant Gnar bans, Vayne bans, for example. It's not as safe as it once was to pick things like Cassandre, what we got in game 1, Scion in this second game. Without proper setup, this game, it feels like all the picks can be criticized here from Navi as to what it's running into KC's side. It does feel like, again, this draft was a little bit more questionable than the first one. First one, back to front, we knew how it worked. This time around,
I think it's not back to front.
I mean, I felt like in game 1. Paris, you gotta be really careful here.
Killer. Paris dead, maybe. Yike just running at him menacingly with ulti up.
So right now, KC simply clearing out all of the vision, and observers, if you could highlight that. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, observer.
As you can see, Navi don't see anything. So Baron can be started at any point. Right now, they can feel relatively safe that it's not because the Caitlyn is clearing out the mid-wave.
Yeah.
But there's always that possibility. And so Relech has to move into the fog of war to clear out what vision he can. He's incredibly paranoid. But then what you do is you reset, you replenish your wards, which is exactly what Busio has just done. Picked up another control, restocked his wards, and while Na'Vi now look to clear out their own side of the jungle, you've already got control, so you don't need to reinvest your vision. All you need to do is come back onto the map and start clearing out all the vision that Na'Vi has just put down for themselves. So it puts you in a very commanding position. It really suffocates Na'Vi out from the map. And while they've just used all their vision topside, guess what? Dragon's spawning in 35 seconds.
Yeah.
So guess who definitely doesn't have any vision around the Dragon? It's Na'Vi, and KC will immediately turn their attention towards that Soul.
I think the only play Na'Vi could have is... actually, maybe they don't have anything. They're just getting pushed so deep in mid. I was going to say they need to try to pressure Nash themselves before Soul spawns.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of damage with the Cassio and the Lucian Milio.
But they can't contest the mid-wave.
They can't even get to the Nash in time. I mean...
They have to commit 5 people mid in order to contest the wave. KC are responding with 5 of their own.
Illa on bird. 5 mid, as you said. The angle from Yike. That's a free cease and desist. And over the wall, at least SMD's doing some damage. Yike might be caught out. He gets away, but the culling tags him on the heels. Kana jumps in, trying. Na'Vi are doing better than you'd expect. 8,000 gold down as KC don't really get a clean fight.
They don't, but KC do still have position over the Dragon. Yike is healing up by doing his own camps right now. KC will get the push on the wave. They'll force Na'Vi back. Mengta quickly going back to base to replenish his HP, but he's now back out onto the map. The problem is Na'Vi have conceded so much, and again, this Dragon becomes an impossible objective to approach. The only option Na'Vi now really have is to try and cross-map by threatening the Baron, but because they've just recalled, it's too difficult. So that's going to be Soul secured by KC. It looked like a close fight, but in reality, KC got exactly what they wanted.
Hextech Soul on Anivia, Caitlyn, Nico. Yeah, this is really starting to look like the nightmare solo queue.
What do you mean starting to?
Okay, well, it's always been, I guess. But now it's like really setting in, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is where you want to FF, and then your team is like, no, let's
be completely honest, Jack. How many times, if you're this Lucian Milio, have you pressed the FF button? Be honest.
I mean, in a competitive game, I would never forfeit.
Yeah. But we were talking about solo
queue. But in a solo queue game, probably I would
Different.
say it's lost. But I always have the mentality of, if you've already played 25 minutes, then you might as well see what happens.
Oh,
like,
he's
Kana might int it.
Yeah, maybe he gets turret as well. I mean, or at least try to get some plating.
Where's
No,
he
he's going to
going?
run into base. He's wasting time while Baron's going down.
Yeah, okay.
Mengta also ulti. Teleport was also burned for this. Kana versus the world. I mean, look, he does good damage, but he's not going to be able to get through that much of Na'Vi. Baron is going to go down in the meantime, while the chase led near the nexus.
Okay, well, I mean, Na'Vi get a pick. I think it's overall worth it for KC, though, as they walk away with the Baron. KC, Soul, Baron, with the range that they have, they can begin their siege. Kana has TP. He is 30 seconds away on the death timer, but yeah, 1-4. They could even play 1-3-1 if they... I wouldn't recommend it. They should play 1-4.
Yeah. They can just play 2 lanes and siege it down. But this is where, like, so I would never FF in this exact situation. Because I have the opinion of, like, either you FF at 15, or if you, like, at this point, either you're going to lose in the next 2 minutes, or you're going to have a comeback. So then you might as well see.
Okay, sure. Fair, fair. I like that logic.
Because now if KC doesn't end with the Nash and the Soul, probably something has gone really wrong.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yes. No, if they don't do that, then Na'Vi have a chance, which is great. But then also, we come back to what we questioned in game number 1, where it wasn't clean tidings to end the game.
Oh, Kobe.
Our concern. Vault Breaker in. Paris aside the space jack. He did this on Lulu, but Yike does flush away. KC, maybe they're doing it again. Culling with a Vault Breaker. Yike is going to survive for now. Crystallize not too bad while we look at the right side of the fight. Kana makes his entrance. Ace in the hole. Mengta is dead. Yike is really testing the metal here as he stands his ground and almost dies, but doesn't lose his GA.
And now the front line of Navi is dead for 40 seconds.
But
oh, Bobby.
Petrifying gaze. Bobby making something here with the Twin Fangs unleashing. Kalista is dead. Kana tries to come in, and Bobby actually standing his ground with the cozy campfire. He gets a bit of healing up. Kana has to jump back out. Busio gets a root down, and Poby is 5-0. He's 3,000 gold ahead of Yahoo. If anyone can do it, the Popester can.
And Poby finds a huge pick to narrow the gold lead down to 8,000.
I mean, it's a much-needed pick. If nothing else, Poby is the shining light for the team right now. The Actualizer does give him a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And if KC disrespect, they give more picks over to Na'Vi. There is a very slim world where they turn this game around.
Poby's 5-0.
Yes. That is what Jake said.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Yike, like, I think Yike here was caught a little bit unaware of Navi's position and nearly ends up going down. Just, they don't quite have the damage to actually get his GA. And then Mainter dies and Yike gets the triumph.
Well, I think Kalist is the one that makes the big mistake here. He's just trying to steal away the Raptors. He thinks he's relatively safe, but a nice flash ult from Poby. The Melio ball follow-up as well to limit Kalist's options.
Yeah, no flash as well. Actually, flip game on Elder is not that bad, but it will be hard to join.
I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah. Flip the game on Elder.
Flip the game on Elder.
That really pretty much is what they're playing for right now.
KC did not end with the Baron and the Soul.
Yeah.
So they now have an actual chance to at least get to the Elder to have a fight for it.
I mean, it's all on Poby, right? Like, that's the guy that we're keeping our eyes on. The story for Na'Vi, this split has been Reletch largely this year, but now the man in the mid lane is the person that we're keeping our eyes on to step up and find a carry performance for Na'Vi to try and equalize the series 1-1.
Lies is out. Yahoo doing a lot of work. He gets pillared as well. Culling, he flashes. Great pillar, by the way. Didn't notice that until it was too late, and that pillar from Real Edge gets a summon around with the help of damage from Sam D.
That's flash down for Yahoo now for the Elder fight in 1.5 minutes. KC still want to try to contest for this tier 2, but if Real Edge can get another nice pillar like that, and they could burn a flash from Kalist, that could be pivotal for the actual Elder fight.
Can't go, you fight still into everyone. Runs in, but I don't know if that's actually good. Paris will survive, and Poby too. KC is skipping steps to try and end this game. They will get top turret, but Kana just tried to show how many people he could hit.
I mean, Kana got the flash from Paris and the heal. He nearly ended up going down, but I kind of still, I like the play. Like, it was kind of like...
Well, I think that there's no real downside because the Elder is still a whole minute away.
True.
And they secured the top tower. And Kana, I mean, I can quickly check his ult.
He for sure will have it.
It is...
40 seconds, I think? 40, 50?
30... 30-ish? 30.
30-ish.
30-ish.
Where are the numbers coming from?
Yeah, just 30-ish.
Okay, trust me, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
So Kana's going to have ulti.
Yes.
But is the flash from Paris big? I mean, actually, probably kind of is, right?
Probably.
So what are the percentage chance that Navi win this fight, that they win this Elder split?
Percentage?
Yes.
You want to give you percentage chance that Navi win this fight?
Because I'm more optimistic since I've seen the last 3 or 4 plays.
Somewhere in
3%,
the
maybe?
1 to 3%, right?
Ooh, they like those odds. Let's see. Mainter, Hexgate, 5 seconds to Elder. Kana's found out. Navi are in the river, and that's the first step. The hardest step is getting him.
That's true. I'd say it's 4% now.
Okay, good.
As Kalist is taking some damage here from the Elder. CPN from Kana has the shield. Kana is going to look to stack up the Q3 here. Maybe he can land something on the carries of Navi.
Elder has
The
reset.
pistol and Moscat, obviously. Kalist stacking up his massive.
Poby just tried to ulti Yike, and Yike just stepped away. Crystallize sends away Navi. Right now, KC are playing the time game, and Poby has no ultimate. That is a big whiff from the Korean mid laner, who is the strongest in the team. Cullen going to come on out. Clone's going to block the rest of it. Cozy campfire for the range. Reledge steps on up. Angle from Mainter misses the ulti as well. Meanwhile, Paris going to get cease and desist. No flash, remember. He's just going to die while Kana jumps in, takes down the other bot laner. The setup, the pop-offs will be good as fake shield miss from Kana, but Poby's in the middle. He's got no ulti. He tried to ulti Yike, and it's a whiff. It's a hit. It's KC with a triple, and the Elder. This game is once again done.
It's done, it's dusted. 5 members of KC stay alive as Navi gets ace. They tried to flip the Elder, it wasn't enough. KC looking to go to match point.
And KC showing a really dominant best of 5 thus far. I think for me, a big surprise. I did think that KC were the favorites going into this series, but I mean, KC has looked so dominant in the early game.
Fixed a lot of their mistakes against G2. KC aren't going to take the lower bracket run handedly, but they are going to show us up against NAVI. As NAVI have yet to enter the series, and in a 31-minute win as we're diving the fountain, It is match point. It is a 2-0 start, and it is KC looking to move forward today.
My goodness. Yeah, I mean, we need to see a lot more from Na'Vi if they're going to even get a game in this. I mean, a gold lead. They're still looking for a gold lead in this series.
And a dragon, no? No, they got one dragon game one.
Their first best of 5 here in the LEC stage, and it is not going their way.
And I've just seen that this best of 5 is on record to be one of the fastest if this keeps up, as we go to the analyst desk to see how they can break down such a one-sided stomp.
Oh. Breaking down.
I mean, they did break down.
They did break down. That's for sure.
Whatever hype train people were hoping to put together is well and truly off the tracks.
Some games, you want to forget, and that's one of them, I guess.
Well,
if you're Navi, like it's like just go back to the drawing board.
I think if you're a KC fan, you're quite happy with it.
You're quite happy with it.
You're pretty content. You're gonna watch this one at night. You know, feel a little bit better about things.
For the context of this game 3, they should not really forget why they just got Goomba stomped 2 games in a row.
Okay, so hear me out. Some drafts should go on the Hall of Fame of the worst drafts of all time, and I feel like maybe this one goes there. Make it make sense, Finn.
Okay. Okay, Finn, explain it to me like I'm 5. How?
Let me make it make sense real fast. There's
to be honest, if I'm 5 years old, it makes sense, yeah.
This is a DIY little draft.
Maybe we misunderstood what we were playing for today. Maybe they're competing with Vitality for worst draft.
That's true.
Hey, maybe just takes turns.
Makes a bit more sense now.
Okay.
But understand modifications.
Like, this is an elimination best of 5, but we also have to say it like it is, because we just haven't seen anything in these 2 games that says to us that there will be a game 4. There is no indicator, there is no path to success here to believe that there's a game 4.
Dracos, hear me
and
out.
Kana has been like 3K ahead every single game and still dies at least like 2 to 3 times randomly, and it's just like they're kind of just having fun.
Dracos, Navi didn't have a goal lead, I think, for a single second this year.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why the comeback is going to be even sweeter.
Ooh.
Okay.
So like, guys, this is like honestly, that's just like we can't. At a certain point, we're spreading misinformation because we all saw this game happen.
I did see the Lucian just dash in and just
where did it go wrong? Where and why did it go wrong?
Everywhere.
I mean, when? This morning when they woke up.
No, come on.
Okay, not that mean, but there's been the criticisms for draft have been fair. I feel like they're just Finn highlighted very well. The Trundle just didn't make any sense. I just feel like there's just one element of dysfunctionality when it comes to the early games. It feels like there's no clear win condition walking into any of these games so far.
We said that Navi looks the best when Village is in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Now, game 1, he was in the passenger seat, you know, feet out the window, whatever. He was in the trunk this game, okay? He's going further and further back in the car every single game. We need to see him kind of go back, get that wheel, you know, and drive some cars.
The analogy I would use is, like, there's no wheels on the car. They keep putting him in the driver's seat.
It's like Fred Flintstone, they're just running with the car.
It's in the impound lot. Bro cannot go anywhere because I don't care if you pick Trundle and you have this great invade strategy. If all of your lanes are losing, again, except for mid lane, shout out to Poby, actually had a pretty good game. Like, you just can't play the game.
But that's the odd part that makes it so damn weird is he has these plans, but it feels like, oh, I'm going to go and do this no matter what happens. Good luck, everyone. I'm going. And then he just wakes up in game 1 and game 2.
Yeah,
he just doesn't have
I don't think it's fair
all.
to say that Village has been the driver's seat at all, because I feel like he's kind of been...
But
yes, no, we're going off track.
That's the hard part. I cannot find the driver. I can't, for the life of me, find who the driver is, because it just feels completely off the chart.
Maybe the driver was the friends who made along the way, okay?
Okay.
This is the state of the series, though, right? It's like we're degenerately memeing and coping for anything to hold on to that's tangible. The reality is we need to see something from Navi we haven't seen all series. We need to see a level of control and drafting. And this is a tall task. Like, I don't know how you solve this problem, but you need some winning lanes and you need a favorable matchup for Relutch. And they failed to do that every time. The one lane for Poby wasn't enough when everything else was in complete and total freefall.
And that's what I'm wondering. For 27 days, what have they been cooked? Because so far I have seen Relutch on meta.
What have they been cooked?
I mean,
I'm sorry, that's
they did it really cooked right here. Oh my God.
Okay. What have they been cooking? Because for 27 days, I can't imagine Relutch just playing Xin Zhao and Trundle. When you think of Navi, the only times where they had dominant games was Relutch on off meta.
Yeah.
So they need to take that stew, flip the bowl, and We
The
make a
stew's
new
gonna
one.
go out.
Okay, we're banning metaphors. There's a train, there's a car, there's stew, no more.
Although if you take the stew and flip it, like it's gonna end up on the floor.
Yes, exactly. And there they will find the solution because Rilich just needs to go
You're
back.
eating stew off the floor.
Okay, Finn, let me finish. Let me finish. Rilich just needs to play off meta again. If there's one thing that I can think of when it comes to Navi and how they can come back is put him on comfort zone where he has individual agency. Game 1, Zinzao versus Jarvan, slower jungler here. Game 2, Trundle with pretty much no support from the lanes. Now he just needs something where he can do things by himself, because if it's about Rilich and friends, he needs to be the main character again.
That's what we said after game 1. Hopefully they do it after game 2. Now, on the good side of things, KC are overcoming their demons. I feel we've talked about early game fumbles. We've talked about them not being as dominant as they should be if they want to be the top team that they aim to be. That's what we want here. We wanted to see dominating game.
Stop! You cannot compare this game where Navi has shown up and getting blasted in early game to the series they played last week.
But you
KC don't get a free pass.
You have to give them
Do
credit.
we?
Yes,
because I saw a lot of sloppy fights in the late game. If they weren't 9k gold ahead, they probably die in that jungle, and suddenly it's a much closer game. And maybe they don't take those fights.
You will never understand this, but as a player, as a former player, you know, when you suffer from success so much, you feel like you can do anything. So I would excuse those moments, because they did get 9k gold up. Because, you know, when they played G2 last week, they were on average 60k gold down at minute 14.
No,
that's a 15k gold swing.
It is a step in the right direction, but given the form of Navi, the thing for me is it is not sufficient to give me confidence that KC, should they make it into the top 3, could beat an MKOI or beat a G2. And that is ultimately, to me, the only bar that matters. I don't care if KC get a little bit better. I care if KC get good enough to beat what I assume will be Vitality tomorrow that we'll have to see, and then MKOI, and then G2, because I think that's the only thing they care about too. This series has not been enough to show that.
And you gotta start somewhere, and it starts with good early games, I guess, so far for KC. We'll polish the rest later, but for now, it's do or die for Navi. They have 2 games to come back, and at least one hope here to make it a series, so let's see if they can make it happen. What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Baby, cause I'm crushing.
Whoops.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, Betty. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the call? The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me.
Crystallized, Flash Frost gets the stun, waiting for the next Frostbite. Onto Relechus, running for his life. This bird is going to get the help from a two-man sword. Flashed in for the Q. Mortal Steel in the back of Relech.
Sounds flanking.
Yeah. I'm on caster for now.
You should on me.
Middle dead.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Watch me. Yeah. Kanske någon watch.
Kill him. Nice. Go mid as well after. Good job.
Jag har seen his dead, but
yeah. Why did you say you were dead? I was like...
But you know, when I say dead, I'm never this.
You lie to us. Why?
Yeah.
Why you lie?
He's going for good luck, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Can Navi show up is the biggest question here, because so far it has been KC's world, and Navi have to live in it in this reverse sweep potential, because so far, I mean, it's our biggest question whether KC can even drop a game, rather Navi take, let alone can Navi go the distance. What I'm trying to tell you all at home is it has been hard to watch this from Navi's perspective.
It's been disappointing.
That's a much better word.
The truth is that it's one thing for a team to be better than another team, right?
Yep.
Like if you're better and you fall short, that's fine. But I feel like Navi hasn't even shown up. I feel like I haven't seen the Navi that I saw surprise me during the regular season. And I mean, even their series at the road trip, yes, it was KC that won, but Navi put up a stronger fight when they met in NAVI, when they met on KC's home ground.
True.
We've yet to see Relech on a carry.
Yeah. So, but they're now on the red side. So let's see how things shift. They've taken away the Orianna and the Rumble. The Nami, a big ban, I think, especially with so many of the range supports removed from the pool. Jax, to me, does suggest that maybe KC's thinking about a Gwen. Possibly even an Ambessa.
Or they're going to go Camille Galio because they're just 0
They
up.
could also do Camille Galio.
Or that Varus is going top, which it most likely is.
Yeah, definitely a flex. I mean, Jax is the best top laner into it, so that allows the Varus to go either top or bot. And it's a champion we've seen from Kana before, seen it from Kalist as well. Has a good track record there. Bard up and available for Paris. It's also a takeaway from Busio. already I think maybe we have a better draft for Navi than
some action buttons.
Part of it is a denial away from Yahoo, but you know, you mentioned that Galio earlier, Jake, and I am now thinking about it. Maybe it is just a good slam here into the Annie.
You know what also? I'm just going to say it. We have seen Syndra floating around as well to outrange. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Maybe irrelevant for now, but I feel like the fact that you can mention Galio, I said something maybe silly like Syndra, there's a lot of options here for Yahoo in the mid lane, while Nautilus has been left, locked in for engage.
I mean, now you have a really strong bot lane if you want to put the Varus bot.
Smolder angle, thoughts? I mean, or do you not lose flex? Do you care?
I mean, I think for KC, you're just going to hold the Varus flex until later.
Yeah, just lock in mid. I think
you
Galio,
just answer
I think
the Annie here.
Aurora, Victor, all fine.
Yeah.
This is also technically a double flex.
True.
Yeah, you can flex the Aurora if you want to just go flex it. You can put the Knowledge jungle too if you want to be really crazy.
Okay, Jack Spectra. All right.
I will say though, KC are a little bit more stock standard when it comes to their drafts. Normally they're not about the crazy shenanigans when it comes to multiple flex picks.
They've been playing the Brand mid-top. That's kind of like out there.
That's true. They did play Brand. And how did that go?
Not so bad. So maybe they should stick to the
normal stuff, yeah.
We'll see what Navi has here in store up against this potential Varus. It's going to be the Sivir lock-in for Samdi. I mean, we saw a great Sivir game from Samdi a few weeks ago. And
how's the matchup?
In like Sivir Bard into Varus Nautilus, it's definitely losing for the Sivir Bard, but it's not that bad. Like, you can clear waves and survive. But it's the thing is, I don't think Navi, like, they've kind of drafted survive lanes every single game. And I don't think that's ever going to win you the game against KC, because we've seen now 2 games in a row, if KC just has lanes that generate a lead on their own and get prio, Yike and the boys just run away with it.
And oh, so they're not convinced, very much as you both discussed, that this they're not convinced the Varus is in the bot lane. There is always the possibility of it being flexed towards top. Navi almost certainly have to lock in their jungle here. They need to know what's happening in the top side. And I wonder if this limits what direction Relech can go.
Yeah.
I would really like if Kalist decides to put the Varus up top. I mean, it's not just him deciding, it's the rest of KC as well.
Yeah.
But I think Kai'Sa here would be really cool. Kai'Sa Nautilus is a great bot lane, and Kai'Sa's really nice into Sivir as well.
I mean, Olaf Ban kind of shows that they might, you know, 99% that's going to be Varus top, right?
I think definitely they're looking to put the Varus top for sure.
They banned Neferi.
Then you know, yeah. But, I mean, would you be threatened by Mainta picking Neferi? Like, I don't see this guy as the biggest wheelhouse of dynamic champions up in the top lane, not like the Kanas, the Mirwins, the Broken Blades.
I mean, I think that if you're KC, you should always just respect your opponents regardless.
That's a very good point.
Yes.
But you also need to adapt based on the enemy's champles.
Oh my god, I'm also right. Thank you, Jack.
I mean, it is very much down to a team-by-team thing, right? Do they... straight up, does Kana respect Mainta? You can just sit there and say, let him have the Neferi, I'll beat him anyway. Right? Could very much be the conversation.
Yorick. I mean, Yorick is pretty nice into ADCs.
Guys,
because
Gnar is open.
If you pick Nava, you're inting. Oh, no respect! And Mainta slams it. But now, this could also be Relech.
No, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, this is inherently a flex pick.
But surely, if that is going to be a Varus top, which we're now going to find out, then you have the cards here to NAVI to put it up in the top lane.
Okay, but if you're Navi and you're going into a potential elimination game, would you rather have Relech on the Neferi or Mainter?
Relech, yeah, 100%. But you're not going to put a tank top. Surely not.
Ooh.
This could also be
That is a Rek'Sai top.
Or is it jungle?
I think it's Rek'Sai jungle.
Yeah,
really?
There has been a lot of Rek'Sai jungle being played in the past patch.
Was there a significant change to Rek'Sai? I don't remember any nerf or buff to Rek'Sai.
I've got a computer in 2026, the big year, I can tell you.
But I think Rek'Sai should be really good into Neferi, because whenever Neferi wants to ulti, you can always cancel with the Unburrow. And you should win the 1v1, I presume. Let's see what they look in last year.
Out.
Corki. I mean, Corki's nice into Bard because you can always dodge the ulti, and with that, it's going to be Rek'Sai jungle, Varus top, Aurora mid, Nautilus support.
So
let's see what Navi's got.
Is this even, like, if you put the Neferi top, like, what even is your jungler then?
Sedge?
I don't want Relech on Sejuani.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe you need it, I don't know.
Aatrox? There's a lot
I don't know
of
what's
AD
good
damage.
into Rek'Sai.
AP damage? Do you need AP?
Oh, surely this isn't good into Rek'Sai.
I thought Rek'Sai was like the Lee Sin counter, no? Because you can always cancel the Q.
Yes.
Lee Sin top, and put the Neferi in jungle. Like no cap.
No,
probably not.
My main experience with this was because, do you remember Ender?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he and I used to play duo queue a lot, and he was a big Rek'Sai enjoyer.
He was.
And he loved the Lee Sin matchup.
I remember Worlds meta, I think it was the Broxa Lee Sin, where it was like Lee Sin Rek'Sai most games, where people always were counterpicking Lee Sin with the Rek'Sai. And I think like it's a really nice Rek'Sai angle, because now you have the Lee Sin Q you can cancel, you have the Neferi ulti you can cancel, so you can kind of just sit on top of your carries and invalidate 2 champions from Navi.
Yeah, and KC, they've got a ton of poke, because they've got Corki plus Aurora plus Varus. The range is more so in favor of the Corki and the Varus. Sivir has good wave clear.
Yeah.
But you are super reliant on Poby being your engage. Flash ult, maybe Bard ult as well.
I've got some news. In the past 2 weeks, as I'm searching through Yike's solo queue, he's 7-0 on the Rek'Sai. It is his 3rd most played currently in these said past 2 weeks, outside the Lee Sin and the Nocturne. So take that as you will. As a big thank you to Molecule, who's always providing us with stats. Let me know that Sam D is 3-0 on the Sivir. But that's in competitive play for Sammy D. And as we go into this 3rd game, we've got a lot of questions. We're a little bit concerned again, but we ask the question, can Navi do it, keep themselves alive in spring? Their versus felt like it was such a massive improvement for the organization to come in and just go, hey, here's a bunch of players, a couple of scraps, the stretch line, going to run into the wall. Poby's still not out of dodge yet, though. Busio, will he commit the flash? No, he will not. He did start E for the lane, which means he's going to walk fast.
But in this game number 3 for Navi, I think their draft is way better than in game number 2. They have a winning top lane matchup. I mean, it's going to be really volatile at least. We'll have to see if Maynard can actually pull it off. And they have a ton of setup in mid, so Real Edge can look to either play mid, top, or even bot once Paris gets level 6. I think Real Edge this game has a real opportunity to actually try to have a good early game and set Navi up for success, which he has not had in any of their previous games.
By the way, just had to throw this in here while you were talking. KC versus Navi is 7-0 all time. Navi have never won a game versus KC in the LEC. So your copium, your hopium, let's hope it is enough to get Navi across the line. I do feel like a stretch line not going to connect here. At the very least, Sam D has tools to deal with things like the Nautilus here in this game on the Sivir that we highlighted. But what lanes are we looking at, gents? Like, what is it?
Top lane.
Top lane, for sure.
So I'm convinced. I watched Drutut shorts where he showed on Neferi that you can just kill Varus at level 1. You can just kill him.
Right. That hasn't happened yet.
That hasn't happened, no. But
are you going to elaborate how, or just like you just kill him?
You walk up and the Q is super important, right? The bleed stacks are mega important. But then you also, I want to say it's your W that spawns the dogs, right? It makes you invulnerable, and then it also spawns the dogs.
Yeah, but you said level 1.
Yeah. In my head. Yeah, but so basically you set everything up at level 1, and then you get the level 2, you turn into the thing, you get the dogs, you apply the bleed, you do the damage, drop the ignite,
Is he doing that now?
No. Again, it's a very quick short. Like, I'm not saying that it was a perfect analysis of this top lane 1v1.
But also, did he have Halo Blades or Deathfire Touch?
Halo Blades,
yeah,
for sure.
Because like Deathfire Touch is like the better rune on Neferi, I'd say, in sense of scaling.
Stretch line and melee. 70 gets caught up. He flashes away, but it's matched with a Valkyrie on top of his head. The 2v2 going awry for Na'Vi. There's a step up from Kalist. A couple more autos needed. He barriers. He lives. And now Paris the next in trouble. Walking away is Kalist into fog of war. The Gatling gun out, and Paris almost finding the kill, but Kalist running away from the minions while Busio tries to take the next, and he will. Into the ground, Na'Vi. They ain't safe and sound.
And the all-pro first team bot lane finds the 2v2 against Na'Vi. Where are the haters now? Beautiful outplay from Kalist. Place in the bush.
Well said.
Wow, you're really antagonizing people. I mean, that was a very nice 2v2 kill from KC. The flash hook from Busio here, just perfectly timed. No opportunity for Sam D to react. He flashes away, drops an early barrier, and then at this point, Kalist knows. He also doesn't proc the spell shield, which means that, there's nothing that the Na'Vi bot lane can do.
I mean, Sandy's spell shield must have been on cooldown there, because he used it all the way at the end when KC had already invested all their spells. So a really good engage by Busio to abuse that cooldown and get that 2v2 kill for KC. And I mean, already KC are looking to do a repeat of game number 1 and 2.
Man, Boosio already making the move as well. Went back, got a giant's belt of health. So as Mainta's backing in the brush, thank you, Observers, for going back to the top lane, because that does, I will instantly say, feel like the only lane where Na'Vi can find reprieve. But Yike is a submarine with a backstop. He's coming up top to shed some blood. This dog doesn't have too much mana. The knock-up going to be found out first. Kana builds some space. Mainta tries to get the Dark and Daggers down, but even a call of the pack that comes through won't save the life. Yike gets the kill, and this is starting out much like the other 2 games.
It certainly is. Relech is trying to cross-map. He's stealing away enemy jungle camps. You can see that he's actually been able to build up a big advantage in terms of the early clear. We haven't been keeping a close track of how he's been able to do that because of all the early action that's happened towards the bot side of the map. But now those top Raptor respawns of his are being contested.
Cheeky. Nice.
He's looking for Yike, though.
Wait,
Yike
Paris?
Oh,
Magical Journey.
Whoa,
and there's
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Boosio waiting for him. Dredge line in, and the kill to Yahoo!
That's not ideal. That is 4 kills to start off this game for KC, as Paris on his roam towards mid was matched by that of Boosio.
But I think there must have been some miscommunication, no? I think Paris thought they were making a play onto Yahoo, but then Relech wanted to not let Yike invade his Raptors.
Well, my question is, what happened to Paris' HP?
Yeah, where did
There's
that go?
a lot of questions, definitely.
The answer that we do have right now, though, is that KC have a 1.5k gold lead. And it is not the type of start that Na'Vi were looking for.
Between worlds, Poby. Oh, the spacing from the Incinerate means Yahoo doesn't take any damage really in response. Boosier's coming in for the roam. Dredge line going to find Poby as he has to return his back even further back in this lane. Over the wall lands a Lee Sin, maybe. Relech thinking about a Sonic Wave as the push comes through. All in. Incinerate, Tibbers as well. Going between the Veil. Yahoo might be in trouble. Good counterplays. He flushes away the Weirding. Builds space. He dodges the Cosmic Binding. Yahoo alive on Mainta. Looks for his first kill of the game. He's going to ulti. And after the flash, gets knocked up. Hot damn, Yike. The unburrow was clutch.
And that's the power of the Rek'Sai. Cancels the Neferi ulti from Mainter, and it's tragic.
Oh, it's so bad. It's just so bad for Na'Vi because you've committed so much to make that play happen.
Look at top.
You
Look at top.
used flash ult from Poby, you used your flash from Relech, and then Mainta roams from top, fully commits to this dive, and it still doesn't work. Great engage from Poby, gets the combo down, but the minions prevent Relech from actually getting the final kill. A good flash in from Yike, zones Relech away, and then look at this flash, commit, then Yike with the timing.
God.
The knock-up means that Mainta cannot go invulnerable.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Oh,
it is not okay.
Is not at all.
So that top lane matchup.
That's the sound of defeat. That's what that sounded like.
I would say that normally, like, him dying to the gank top lane actually wasn't that bad, because you do always have kill threat, especially if you still have the ignite. But the roam down, I mean, now it's really bad. Now it's really bad.
Yeah, as Kana stayed in the top lane, I mean, he's only got Tabi. I'm wondering how much gold he's sitting on, because
the thing with this matchup, though, is that Neferi needs to have kill threat. Right? Okay. And now, with Kana having a near full level lead, I mean, we might have a bot lane.
Yeah, how does this go? Phosphorus Bomb used. Sam D in a bit of trouble. Kalis lets the rocket out. Barrier saves Sam D's life. But even the bot lane in the 1v1, things could not go better. KC.
Is he going to be able to cancel him as well? No, he doesn't have the rocket up in time. It's just so difficult for Na'Vi across the board. Maybe Relech.
Sonic Wave misses. Relech gets over the wall with a safeguard onto the ward. Remember, with the changes, he'll have that up shortly as well. Boosio finds an angle too. Not going to get tagged this time around. He takes the tunnel system over the wall, but Boosio's there waiting onto Poby. He goes by himself. Boosio, you think, pulls the trigger a little bit too early. Safeguard, or rather, Sonic Wave going to be used, but yeah, who just goes between worlds, hits out Poby pretty big. It's dangerous though. Yike went in isolated as well. I feel like Casey trying to play with their wallets as the interrupt from Boosio comes through. Called back onto Mainta. But Boosio, as he flashes over the wall, Sonic Wave not going to connect. There is one here for Na'Vi.
I mean, that was a big commitment from KC. They really wanted to secure that red buff. And Na'Vi get a kill back. We can see that it's kind of a scattered engage because Boosio's going in while Yike is going out. Now KC feel forced to try and make something happen off the play. He takes the Bard portal, but now Yike is completely alone. Yahoo uses his ultimate to get onto the backline to turn this into a play, and it results in a kill going the way of Na'Vi. The unfortunate news is that it goes into the hands of Paris. They would have preferred that gold literally anywhere else. Yeah. They really need that gold on their carries. But hey, Na'Vi, they do get a kill and they do get the grubs.
Yeah, grubs being a good consolation prize at least. Now, will they be proccing the grubs much in the next few minutes? Probably not.
And the biggest question is, how do they use the burnt flashes to their success right now? Doesn't feel like right now we're looking at that fight going, oh man, Na'Vi found so much in the play.
Ooh, but Kalist could be in trouble with Paris and Relech being behind, especially if Kalist wants to try to play aggressive here.
Good journey, because there's no Tempered Fate. Sam D now spotted out. Kalist gets a big one down. Waiting again, he's a little bit sus. Now finds out everyone, 3 people. Valkyrie going to be used. Kalist trying to cut away. He does as he flashes Cosmic Binding. Still connects. A shutdown under Sam D for Na'Vi. He's needed.
That was a beautiful predict from Paris on the Cosmic Binding there. Gets Kalist, and they get both his summoners now. So when Paris gets that level 6, you see it tick up right there. They could actually look to try to use that Tempered Fate to make a play happen both side and actually get some life back in this game. And Na'Vi also got the first dragon. I mean, slowly but surely, they're kind of getting back into it.
I mean, Navi's got to take whatever plays they can get right now. When you're this far behind, you have to take every opportunity you can find. Just don't look at look at top lane.
Go somewhere else.
Yes, there's a 40 CS difference. It is in fact. Oh, the observers are zooming in. Okay. I'm afraid the viewers at home will not be allowed to avoid watching that. Oh, there we are. Historic's just going to hide that for us on the screen, because that pretty much is where the goal difference is. Everywhere else on the map is relatively even. In terms of itemization, it's pretty even across the board, aside from top lane. So Na'Vi definitely have ways entering this mid game to make plays. Let's see if they can find a gank onto Kana.
Maybe it changes a little bit here. Tempered Fate going to be on Kana, but he flashes away. Chains to Corruption are bigger though. Hail of Arrows on the Paris almost gets the kill. Mainta call the pack to get him out of there, but Yike is on the way. He flashes, he finds prey and finds one. And speaking of a Seeker, onto Paris is the one shot here with the Q from Yike, but he's going to use Tunnel System. Gets kicked midway. Sonic Wave unburrow for the counter onto the Lee Sin. Yike still gets Boomerang Blade though by Sam D, and the chase up enables a kill for the Sivir top.
And it's Relech on these proactive champions that he's able to give some more life for Na'Vi. A 1-for-1 in the end, but Na'Vi are going to be happy to take that. The only thing that feels quite bad for them is the fact that Kalist is able to take these bot side plates. Kana even able to cancel something.
Well, Sam D flashes Boomerang Blade, find Kana, who's got the barrier in his sight. So Sam D wants to chase down Hail of Arrows. Under turret, Sammy with the barrier. He thinks he's okay, he might just be, but into Fog of War with the shield up, he gets the kill. But now how do you get out? Into Busio, he thinks maybe I can trade the kill. It'll be a dredge line, it'll be an auto attack, it'll be a turret shot. Yike is coming in, there's the auto, aftershock away so he doesn't steal the kill. And a Prey Seeker here will just steal the job. Sam D gets some plating, Yike will get the kill.
I mean,
not bad.
That's a nice gold injection for the Sivir, I would say. That's an item now completed. The Essence Reaver finished up. I think that they're not too happy, they're not unhappy about how that played out. Relech starting off this dragon, enemy jungle on the other side of the rift. This should go uncontested. Okay, Na'Vi, they are alive here in Game 3 now, making plays. The lane phase did look a little scary, and I will admit that the top lane gap is still very much there, but Na'Vi have a lot more fight in them here in Game 3.
They've got dragons in this Game 3 as well, so at least they've got something to lean on. So it does feel optimistic.
And I do think that scaling-wise, Kana is going to be a problem, for sure. We cannot ignore the Kana problem that Na'Vi will run into later on in the game, but a Sivir on 5-6 items in this game. A lot of items. A full build, maybe.
Yeah.
I think she can do quite a bit, especially with how much CC there is in Poby with the ultimate, with Paris with the Tempered Fate. There's a lot of good setup to set Sam D up for success in later game teamfights if Na'Vi can actually get there.
I just want Mainta to be willing to full send it a little bit more. I think at a certain point,
but at this point, I don't think he does any damage.
Okay, maybe. But I feel like at a certain point, you do just pretty much perma-kill the Varus on side. I want to say...
At this point of the game?
No, sorry, at a certain point.
Okay.
At a certain point.
In a different game or this game?
In this game.
I don't think he's ever winning 1v1
I know, I have to believe. I have to believe.
Got a brutalizer.
Yes, that is not enough damage.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Like, the thing is, normally, when...
Trust me, bro.
Hang on. Sonic Wave. This is going to be taken. Good angle. The kickback as well. Death Charge
give it to
links
Mater.
in, but Busio's in the middle. You want to give it to the dog. He eviscerates. He autos. He shuts down Busio.
Okay, okay. Much needed kill for Na'Vi, but again, Relec 0-0-4 right now, but involved another kill. Na'Vi continuing their fight. The goal gap continues to get smaller as KC are being contested. Herald going to be spawning in 40 seconds. That has to be the next major objective that both teams set their sights on.
You can really see how different Navi is with a proactive jungler, where Relec actually has lanes that he can play around and plays to make, and it's really been the heart and core of this team. And now
Bro, I love the way you're describing. In my mind, Relec is like, I'm full sending it. I'm ganking every lane. I'm doing everything I can, and it is working.
It is working, and that's been the Relec that we know and love. I mean, he's been so pivotal in so many of their wins. Normally, he has been more of the carry, while in this game, it feels more like he's the one setting up his carries. But, I mean, a Fed Lee Sin can still do a whole lot of damage later on in the game. He has that Eclipse finished, and we'll see if they just need to give over this Rift Herald, or if they can play to contest it. I think at this point, I mean, a 1,000 gold lead, it's the closest we've been at 15 maps thus far.
Better than it was only moments ago, you know, about 5 minutes ago. This was 2. So props to Na'Vi. We're not just being optimistic for optimistic's sake. We're definitely giving Na'Vi their due, I feel, in a series that has been tough to watch. I'm sure a lot of the fans at home of Na'Vi have struggled to watch this. But this game, it does feel like there's life in them. Relec with the carry we've talked about. Maint is caught up a little bit now with Voltaic Cyclo Sword. The only problem is Turret's still falling down, but when I see that problem, I see the causality. That Maint is also getting his own turret in the bottom side. So props to the dog. He's going to move to about 500 gold disadvantage. Temper Fate going to be used on the mid lane. Paris used that for the Herald, and it will successfully work on out. The Herald charge doesn't succeed.
Yeah. Gold just traded equally across the board, tower for tower, and even though KC got the Herald due to the fact that they don't get the crash, it's actually just completely equal gold-wise, and overall a nice play for Na'Vi. Now they can base, look to set up the map again, and actually play for the Mountain Dragon in 1.5 minutes, and I think this has been kind of the comfort zone for Na'Vi when the game is a little bit more equal, and they just can play for the Dragons and play for the Dragon setup.
Mater is a little homeless on the map right now. He is shadowing the Annie, but KC have full vision. This gives Kana the comfort to push out bot lane. No one is going to be there to answer. The TP is available for Mater, but we've got a bit of a brawl here in the river.
Yeah, Yike's going to start it off as well. That's the flash stretch line from Busio. And onto the enemy jungle, rather Paris, who gets through his magical journey, but he gets followed up. Yike, the queen, the wrath is out. He finds the first kill of the said fight.
Oh, and Poby and Kana swapped places there. Kana TP'd top while Poby TP'd bot.
Oh no.
So at least Poby's going to be able to pick up the wave from this play, but still another kill going over for KC. Yike now with 5 kills. Titanic Hydra is looking pretty strong on his own here.
Yeah, the unfortunate positioning there for Paris left him open to a nice collapse from KC. You can see that he's just trying to get some information. I'm a little bit surprised. I guess he's not expecting Yike from over the wall. Easy to forget how easy it is for this Rek'Sai to create those flanks. Gets completely caught off guard. Oh, meanwhile, Kalist loses a ton of HP.
Oh, Sonic Wave, Kalist, he kicked, he's flashed on with a Tempest. Relec, nice little pick to punish Kalist from being cocky, staying mid.
I mean, Samdi had to have set that play up. Like, there's no other reason as to why Kalist would be so low on HP, and the timing couldn't be better, because the Dragon now spawning. Relec doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. Could be difficult to keep Yike out of the pit, who I imagine will look for a steal.
Yeah, no kick on Relec, so Yike could look for the steal over the wall. And still, I mean, Kana is in base, so the only thing Yike can do is look for a steal. There's not going to be any sort of fight.
It's a Lee Sin, Q execute plus smite. How's he going to find it is the biggest question I have. As Na'Vi, right now, they're going to see KC moving to topside, or rather Busio behind Fog of War, spotting out as Maint is going to be running in. He sees the lens, unleashes the Dark and Daggers, but Busio on his tail. Yike quickly behind as well, wants to bring the Void Rush into play, while Maint walks up to defend the inner turret.
All right, well, Na'Vi put themselves on Soul Point. The gold gap is now only 1,000, and that basically exists on the top side because Samdi, look at how strong he is. 2 fully completed items. We're going to get a replay of what happened in mid lane.
There's Samdi fighting him.
He just straight up just takes all of his HP off. Kalist tries to go for a trade. He loses it. Q, kick, flash E. Well, E flash, technically.
Yeah, it was clean mechanically there by Relec. Looking a lot more comfortable in this game number 3. And even though Yike has the 5 kills. It's still pretty equal across the board. I mean, Reledge has the full item. I think Yike is sitting on a lot of gold. Reledge is on 2 items, so Yike is just on the 1.
He had half HP. On the hunt's going to be popped. Tempered Fate brings in 2. Sonic Wave was taken there by Reledge. He's now got the depth charge on his head, but as he gets sent up sky high, the kick still comes out. Reledge running out with the weirding. Gets the trade immediately. Tippers out as the ulti from Major gets interrupted again. The Rek'Sai combination into the dog is too much. Taking a magical journey is Yike. Who the hell? He went through. I thought it was Kalista at the time being. Yahoo runs through mid. Poby's going to flush away, but as he only just survives, Yahoo's still looking for the next victim. Tipper's going to reset mid turret now exposed.
The good news for KC is that that fight was 4v5. Kana has been isolated in the bottom lane, pushing the entire time, hitting onto that tower. And look, he's able to get 4 plates off the back of that, extending his individual gold lead while securing the mid tower. And it's NAVI that tried to force this play. They trap Busio out. They think they've got a quick kill, but him dropping his ulti and then the TP in from Yahoo was the big game changer.
Yeah, I mean, Yahoo just does so much damage here in the back line, and you see that Mainter wants to go for another Neferi ult, but the Neferi is so difficult to play against his Rek'Sai, and Yike just joins it.
I thought it was Kalist Valkyring through because I saw something fly. Yike used Void Rush and he ended up going through the magical journey to chase Mainter.
And another piece of bad news for Navi was the fact that Yike was sitting on like 3,000 gold in that fight. So now he has the full Shojin completed and 2 cloth armors.
Paris, as he found out, he's going to be smited, knocked up with the unburrow. Valkyrie forward, so the Gatling gun with Kalista and the big one can take him down. Paris called out 1 and 5.
They might just start Nash here. It's a 4 versus 5 now, and they didn't use.
Risky.
Things they didn't use any spells for this, and they can tank the Nash with how fed Yike is.
Kalista goes over the wall with the Valkyries for the smite, for the crunch, but Mainter might pay the iron price. He used Call the Pack before, and now he's dead. If you're questioning the Baron, question it again.
All right, well, we were optimistic for Navi with how the early game was going. They were scrapping, they were fighting, they were succeeding at getting these kills onto KC, but now the control has massively swung in KC's favor. A single big team fight in mid lane is giving them full vision coverage over the top side. Kana has arrived to the Baron, and this objective will be started off.
They took some time to do it, though. Mainter is going to spawn in 15 seconds. Oh, Busio just flashed.
Busio just flashed. It does turn into a dredge line of depth chart. Paris also just flashed into a wall, but he did get a magical... Okay,
it's because he flashed to not get CC'd by the Nautilus.
Or he flashed in solidarity to Busio.
Okay,
Busio for sure thought he had Hex Flash.
For sure.
He did. So both supports now have flashed down. The difference is, you're right, Hex Flash for Busio is now up and available. And the Legend spotted out taking camp.
All things considered, though, even though KC got some picks, they didn't get the Nash, and it's still the soul for Navi spawning in a minute, with Samdi having nearly 1,000 gold lead. So team fights, like especially if somebody can pick up the Infinity Edge.
That's the thing for me. He's got a speed run that item completion. If he
speed
can
run
get
it, he has it now.
Okay, there we go. This is great. This is a great spike for him to hit ahead of the Dragon fight. I think this fight is ultimately going to determine this game. If Navi have a chance of turning this game around, this Dragon is their best case scenario, because KC will have to come. KC will need to fight them at this objective in order to stop the Soul going the way of Navi.
Angel start with top push.
Maybe they just want to drop the Dragon here for gold, because with how they're posturing, it's already 30 seconds. It's going to be hard to play for any sort of Drake control. I think it's just going to be a cross map. Maybe they can look for the tier 2 as well, but I think it'll be hard. They can try to transition into mid bot, but with how deep Yike has already pushed this bot side, I think they're just going to look for the tier 2.
Well, they're going to look for the dive. Sonic Wave is taken, kick mid-air. Yahoo gets on out between worlds. That was a weird Dragon's Rage, I think, into the between worlds. The dive still happens, though. Mainter unleashes the pack, takes 2 turret shots, or rather only 1. In the end, he's now going to get out, though, and that's the problem. He'll try to eviscerate over this bottom side wall. So it might open things up. This dredge line might continue the engage. Roulette's going to safeguard out. Navi are through after a good play.
I guess Navi still feel that they're not strong enough for a fight.
I mean, they got 2,000 gold from this cross map. It was a 4,000 gold lead for KC, and now they narrowed that down with the shutdown onto Yahoo, and with the fact they got some plates on top and the top tower. So overall, I think not bad. I think the biggest thing...
Oh, God. Cosmic Binding. Change Corruption comes through anyway. It's going to find a route down eventually. Spell Shield doesn't work out. Hail of Arrows onto Sam D, but Kana not going to continue the chase.
I think the biggest thing is they just recognized the fact that it was hard for them to try to phase check into the bot side. As we see how this top lane play unfolded. It was a bit of an awkward kick, as you said, Jake, because he kicked him into the ulti again. Oh, we'll zoom in on the Nefiri.
Still. But as we take stock, I mean, Dragon did go down to KC, but as we said, Na'Vi are on the salt point. They do have the leverage there. And it does give them more time for the Sivir that we talked about being a win condition to gain up items. 3 for the time being. Looks like it could be an LDR angle for 4th.
Yeah, definitely going to be LDR now, looking for Samdi. And once he has that, that's when he's really hit the biggest spike of the game. Of course, you'd still want more items, but the items after that are going to be more defensive in nature. BT for lifesteal, Guardian Angel for the revive. And really, this is the core damage that he's going to have. We'll see. I mean, Relech can still look for a kick onto Kalist if he's able to find an angle.
But it's killing Kalist enough.
Yes?
Thank you for that. Fantastic. So it is enough.
Okay, well, I don't agree.
I mean, it depends, right? It's too black and white when you put it like that.
Darkness for now. Na'Vi face checking Kobe. That in his jungle. He flushes away from the Between Worlds. Citizens out, but it's again an unleash from Yike in the ulti. He's only just out and gone. Running out. He's alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight's gone pear-shaped here for Na'Vi. Well, Mate has to get on over the wall. Samdi can't approach. And Yike Void rushed in and lives to tell the tale. There's a smite still. Unburrows a look in here for Yike as he sustains up with his passive, finds the Unburrow and unleashes hell onto Relech. The flash away from Yike as Yahoo gets in the way. The twofold hex coming up next and it'll find the kill. Relech is down, 3 in the ground. And Na'Vi in their own jungle have been found out.
Things are simply falling apart here for Na'Vi as Kalist. He can't defend that mid-tier 1. Manta will secure it. Now he's being hunted down. Oh, no. KC going to back off. They know that the Baron is being started. Na'Vi will take a tower in exchange for the Baron as KC, they set the terms for when the fight starts. Catching Na'Vi completely by surprise, contesting them on the red buff, secures them the kills they need to find that Baron. And, I mean, secure the already strong foothold they had here in Game 3.
And we've seen KC. Oh, Samdi might be in trouble. He has the flash.
Might be spell shielding the Q. He's waiting for that to come out, but then it comes through. He flashes anyway. Big one from Kalist won't land, but look, across the veil from Yahoo. He protobelts to get in range. On the hunt used and good spell shield timer. Just off the dredge line from Busio. While we look towards the top side. And to minions, Manta is going to die. Kana went invulnerable, is on his second item while Poby comes in to finish the kill off. It is a 1-for-1 and against Baron, I guess for Na'Vi that's worth.
I mean, they do slow down the siege quite a bit, unless Yike wants to continue fighting.
Does he want to set up a tunnel? He's going to be Tibbers. Half HP, Yike tunnels out instead. The chase up from Poby, but a magical journey to escape.
I think overall pretty good for Na'Vi. Like,
and
now KC... No. But KC... unironically now just lost 30 seconds of Nash. Now Yike needs to base or regen up on the camps. They don't have any side waves to play because Relech pushed in bot, Poby pushed in top. So I don't think they'll actually generate really any meaningful advantage with this Nash. And we're just going to be looking at a sole fight for Na'Vi in 1 minute. That's actually going to be the decider for this game.
I mean, I think though that Baron is still 1.5 minutes.
Still 1.5 minutes.
So they'll just, well, they just, oh, okay, they won't push on this wave.
But they can't really siege, because you'll just be setting up Drake instead.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. I mean, also against the Sivir, it's going to be a little tricky.
Yeah.
But Na'Vi, the problem for them is that they, like, none of the fights are really on their terms. And the one that was, which happened in mid lane, where they thought they'd caught Busio out, it's a quick TP from Yahoo, quickly swings the fight in their favor. And they didn't even need Kana in that fight. So I feel like that the fights aren't even going the way of Na'Vi. They're so reliant on catching their opponents off guard.
But Na'Vi, again, they're looking to cross-map for top lane instead of playing for the Dragon. I think they really need to get a 5v5 going at the Soul.
I think they have to try and put some trust into Samdi unless they really think they just can't win the fight.
Yike on the hunt. Here it comes again, waiting for the Void Rush target. Freyseeker sent out. Remember that Tremor Sense as well gives so much information. That's why Relech, Poby standing still so that Yike can't scout ahead and so that they can hover around this top push that Manta is consistent on.
But now Na'Vi will not be able to get any sort of cross map up top because KC has the Nash, and that just means that Yike picks up the Dragon for free. Samdi did get the LDR, but at one point you're kind of asking, like, what else are we waiting for? You know, like we keep dropping these dragons when I feel like the 5v5 should have been in their favor, or not should have been in their favor, but that this is kind of the best that they're gonna get.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're waiting for Poby's third item. Maybe they think that they need the Annie to
maybe
have
5 item
threats.
Sivir. They're just still waiting.
Five or 6 items.
Yeah, it could just be the 5-item Sivir.
Got 4.
The 500 CS win condition.
True.
To the long-time League fans, if you know, you know. Well, no Baron for 2.5 minutes. No Dragon for 4.5 minutes, which means that it's a good opportunity for Na'Vi to just farm. They have to farm. KC, though, they're looking to put some pressure down on this top side. They move into the enemy jungle. They clear out the wards. They keep Kana in mids to push out the next wave. Meanwhile, they've got a stacked wave on top. Navi's decided they're instead just going to cross map, but they're slower on this play, which means that I think KC could even start threatening the inhibitor tower if they want to.
KC are much faster here. And now somebody is going to defend this top wave, which means KC can get the mid tower. So it's going to be 2 towers, while Navi get the 1 tower on both.
Nice one, Busio. Hex Flash, but he does Q into the turret regardless. 2 turrets, as you said, is going to be a bigger trade. And to finally takes down Inner in the bottom side. He is isolated and separated from everyone else. He will have that support, that top quest if he wants to use it. Busio, an angle here. The Ledge might safeguard over the wall. He is depth charged though. The chase from Yehu. Protobelt into the wall, but the between worlds there. Flash from the enemy Lee Sin. The Ledge gets out, but Flash now down.
No flash kick now available for Relech. Could be a big problem for Na'Vi as this game continues. We talked about how Relech has really been the playmaker. Oh, Paris, you've been caught out so many times this game.
He is. Yikes, easy Umbara here before you get in the magical journey. No way. Yeah, who gets the electrocute and turns Paris into a 1-7 barb.
I mean, the good news is there's no objective to take. The bad news is you're just handing free gold over to KC.
Yeah, and it also feels bad. That's another bad news.
I mean, yeah, Paris has had a rough game.
Yeah. But on the brighter side, you said, Vedi, earlier, that there will come a point where Nefiri just kills Varus.
Yeah.
Now the gold is pretty much equal between the top laners. Are we going to see that now?
Well, GA. He has gone Zhonya's third, which we've already seen him use.
So now it's GG?
I mean,
well, no, I think that it is possible, but it depends. It depends. But I think Nefiri has enough damage to maybe kill Kana. Maybe.
And that's if Kana is playing the game actively.
Yes.
Okay.
Lucio might be caught out in this jungle. Let's see. I mean, the rest of KC nearby, so that answer is going to be no. Dragon to 20, next Baron in 30 seconds. Yike is going to clear out this camp and continue to maintain dominance. I mean, he has been the more dominant jungle. You said, right, good kick. It's onto 3. Maybe an opening, but where's the damage? Tempest Fate onto 4 just about. The Nefiri damage lines through the halls as well, but yeah, who sets up the between worlds? They need more on the side of Na'Vi. Kana still near at full range as he hits from over the wall. And KC, all 5 survive of what was a god-tier Lee Sin kick.
Samdi wasn't there. He wasn't there to do the damage that Na'Vi so desperately needed. The 4.5 item Sivir. If he could have provided it, that could have been the ace. Get out there. No.
1 and 8. And Jack, I was wondering, I'm looking at that play because it looks so amazing. And there was no follow-up damage. You hit the nail on the head. No Sivir ricochets.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I could think of. I was like, why aren't they all melting? They should all just be disappearing. This engage is so perfect. And they just didn't have Samdi. And now after losing Paris, no jungler to contest. KC looking to close out this series 3-0. Na'Vi have put up a much better fight. But the fight is not enough. We look back, and again, the minimap, the Sivir is still too far away. The combination is perfect. The animal now, Samdi arrives. The Q hits onto one person, I think it hits onto Busio. Meanwhile, Relech then dies. And yeah, it just, Na'Vi, the coordination has been a point of contention before, but they're not on the same page, and now KC looking to eliminate them from the spring playoffs.
Single game found by Na'Vi in their history versus KC. It's a very short history, but regardless, that narrative will continue that KC are the fathers of Na'Vi, or at least the new fathers.
I feel like you made that one up.
No, well, I mean, I had to because I guess with a short history, you kind of launch onto anything that can tell a story. And here it does seem to be the fact that Na'Vi just can't climb over what this short hill is for KC. For now, Dragon up in 15 seconds. What turret's going to fall? We're near 6,000 gold again. Top is going to fall from main turret. So a bit more gold here in the Neferi's pocket, but the threat with Baron is huge. Interrupting Yike is nice with the kick. Tippers comes out as well, but Poby needs a little bit more damage. With Tippers, no, Umbara will be interrupted. So good for Navi.
Okay, what's going on? Well,
yeah, well, I mean, Mainter is continuing to push in the top side. They could even look to contest for the Mountain Soul.
Rub Worth.
I mean, KC, what is happening right now? Like, it's such a silly mistake to make. This game is it's yours to lose. Yeah, it's actually a way bigger mistake than I initially thought. The Baron into the negatives. A soul now secured for Na'Vi off the back of a great kick from Relech. And Yike, caught off guard.
Okay.
It's never over until it's over.
5-item Civet.
Yeah. 5-item Civet. We just need one more. And a little bit more farm.
And a gung-ho attitude.
Yeah, that's it. The positivity. You never let go. And if Sam D's in one of those fights next time...
Yes, that's what they
True,
need.
we need that as well. That part is pretty important.
That happens. Oh, control wall.
No, Paris, not again.
That's you, sorry.
Okay, he's fine.
He's not going to face
He's learned.
He's not fine.
No, he's not.
He's dead again. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you thought he went out and they pull him right back
Oh my goodness, he's 1-9. The Yasuo power spike. We're getting close to that point.
She's playing Yasuo. But I don't know how it works with Bard, but I think right now, bit of despair as the rest of the Baron's going to be used to get mid-push. 15 seconds of it, Sam D. Is a sip-up, we'll have wave clear. KC continue to thrive in these lanes.
Well, I don't know what to say anymore because we're 35 minutes in. The game should have ended by KC. They make a big mistake. And now, Na'Vi with the Soul, with a Civi, they're going to hold the line because no Baron, no Siege for KC.
We're going to Elder, I think. Potentially. I mean, it could be decided in the Baron Nashor in 3 minutes, but... Oh, no.
Sonic Wave.
Now, I feel like I have trauma from this game. Every time I see, like, Navi go close to a bush, I feel like someone's going to die.
Paris is back. Tempered Fate is up. Who's going to win it at this point? We're thinking KC, but honestly, we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I always say this in long games, like the gold diff just means less and less, right? The later into the game you go, all gold is used for is those items.
BF Sword. He's going to go GA last.
Looks like it.
I
Right.
mean, he has so much damage.
Yep.
Yes.
So if he can just auto-attack and get the ricochets out, he is going to melt whoever's in front of him. The problem is just since you're playing this low-range Sivir and you don't really have much of a front line, it's been hard for him to have high DPS in fights, especially since he didn't show up in some of them. But I think now in this Elder fight, it's really on to Relech and Paris to be able to set up with Poby as well, the CC to allow Sam D to get that fight that he's looking for.
I mean, Yehu so far, he's had a great game. We've also learned how Aurora low-key counters Lee Sin. Drop your ult, get kicked, teleport away.
True. 3 movement speed. Sonic Wave going to be dodged by Yike. Relech here has to be careful, but he safeguards away. Still knocked up with the Umbara Khalid. Has Valkyried in front of everyone. Tempered Fate's going to slow down the play, and eventually Relech does die. He makes a 1-for-1 for Vuzio as he survives and run on out. Carden tries to get Sam D, but he gets the fire. Khalid thought he was him, but man, I'm starting to think that Valkyrie was turbo in.
Wait, can they end? Can they end?
They can.
Top lane, Navi just has to go top. They've got to push. They have a wave.
Somebody has lifesteal. He can lifesteal on the wave. Yehu needs to find a miracle play. He doesn't have the ultimate. They shouldn't have the damage.
Just let the Sivir hit the wave. Let the Sivir hit the wave.
Yep. Sam D walk up quick smart. He's getting blocked by his own minions, and Turbo Sivir will annihilate these waves.
Oh my god, and Navi actually going to win this game.
20 seconds on Galissa and Busho Kana 30 seconds away. Here we go. Yike and Yehu for the defense. Will the series go on? The first game ever, Navi against KC in the LEC. As one Nexus turret falls on down. Yike goes in for an Umbara. The spell shield there. Sam D survives and kites out. They're going to do it. Their first ever win against KC. As KC dropped the ball. But Navi know how to play catch. No. The Nexus exposed. Paris. Oh my God. A quadra for Kalist as his Nexus falls.
Tibbers ends the game!
Holy NPC MVP!
That's crazy! Tibbers actually last hits the Nexus and Na'Vi will bring us to a game 4. That is insane.
I've never been more hyped for what looked like a blowout series as we throw to AD. Let's confirm, did Tibbers just win the game?
Did.
They managed to do it! Finally!
Right,
yes!
that was, wow. Well done, Na'Vi, I have to say. We spent an entire section in between games talking about how impossible this was. And while KC certainly played a hefty part in making that possible for Na'Vi, like, good on him. Back against the wall, the Lee Sin, the top lane to Fury, which I think could have gone better, but we definitely
it got online at some point. I thought this game was done and dusted. When I saw the Lee Sin fall behind, the only saving grace was the Sivir for a long time. And I just sat there for 15 minutes thinking, hey, stop that.
No,
It's
don't stop.
distracting me.
Keep it coming, man. That's amazing.
No instrument has felt more appropriate for this game.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but yeah, that was amazing.
That's a kazoo? Yeah, it's a kazoo.
It's a complete zoo, but it's a zoo that I love, guys, and we've said it. It didn't look good. 2 games down. The beginning of 3rd game looked god-awful as well.
It was a repeat.
It's been about resilience for Na'Vi, and I love this.
And what I really want, what I really want, especially after it has started so bad, I want the springboard. I want them to springboard back into this series, because if there's one game that unleashes you or just erases everything from the memory, erases the pain from those first 2 games, because those were indeed miserable, it is this game. Because now going into game 4, after you clutch it like that and Annie ends the game and wins the game for you, well, the Tibbers rather, I can't ask for more.
And again, the tenacity to hold on there gives me a lot of faith coming into the next games. Also, Poby, again, having a pretty solid game. Relech finally delivering. And it wasn't a weird pick. It wasn't the Nefiri that I thought he might initially go to. It was the Lee Sin for him. And it looked excellent. It looked fantastic. He was, what, 5 out of 6 kill participation through all the early game, making sure they were getting the Drakes even while KC were so far ahead. And that's what kind of set them up with the way to come back into the game.
I want to look at that last play, actually, to see how they made it happen. Because you've talked about that, Tibbers. I love the way they managed to make the best out of what was a split fight and what looked like an overextension to begin with.
It looked like it was quite free, but Khalid still feels, oh my god, he just got blasted. But it looked like it was going to be free, but once that damage threat from KC dies, some D just unleashed. Varus Kanaf really feels like it's his moment. It's the only way to save the game, because even if he doesn't go in, if he doesn't try to trade with the Sivir, that game is just over. So he's trying to pick up the slack from the fact that Khalid did make that crucial mistake. And right now, I thought it was going to be an easy win. I felt like at this point, when Yike is dead, they can cleanly end the game. But it came down to the wire and the Tibbers. I just want to see the Tibbers just try to end the game. Come on, Tibbers, hit that Nexus. Oh, look at Tibbers. Look at
just
Tibbers.
slamming them. No, I love it.
Annie is dead, and Tibbers is angry. He just wants that Nexus for Na'Vi.
You gotta be mad when you look at that gold graph then on the side of KC. But yet again,
So many throws.
It wasn't the cleanest game. It wasn't a game that Na'Vi should have won when you look at the gold graph here, but on top of the resilience that they showed in-game, we've been saying that Relech should be empowered more. I love the last-minute switch that they operated with in the draft, in the last picks that they had, because they see that the Varus is going to go top lane. They have the Nefiri, they flex it, and they put Mainter in a carrying situation that he's not used to, usually.
Exactly, and these are the kind of moments where you do have to pull this trigger, because when you think of Mainter, he's always this tank player. He doesn't want to shine. He doesn't want to play these sorts of carry matchups. But when you look at it and you say, it's a great matchup, you really have to do it. I know you most likely don't have practice, but at the same time, it gives you a good matchup on top. It enables Relech to play this sort of funky off-meta champs where he has a lot of agency. You have to take it, and I do commend them for this, because when you're 0-2 and those 2 games look like that, it's not an easy decision to make at all.
No, it's definitely not. And again, impressed with the tenacity there, and I want to see if they can keep this momentum going. And there's a lot that we could say about KC, but I want to save it, because I think that Na'Vi deserve this moment, this little glimmer of hope that they have. And really the only question for me for KC on the other side, because I don't think we have the time to get into all the little fumbles that I'm sure they're looking at backstage and are painfully aware of, is like, they need to hold on to the mental. They cannot let this one slip away from them, because Na'Vi, they're going to be feeling good. And whatever fringe picks they tried 2 times in scrims that felt impossible, they're going to be feeling pretty good about heading into this game 4.
Exactly. I'm wondering on the side of KC how they feel, because when you have these sorts of games. I've been in that backstage situation many times where you just rock up there and you throw a game like that in such a fashion. There is some comfort in the fact that you won early game this much, but at the same time, as you brought it up very well, is Navi should be feeling unleashed because this is the pick that gave them the soul, because this was KC's time to win the game. It was Nasher, the split push was ongoing on top lane, but that doesn't really matter so much. But this pick buys Navi so much damn time.
Yeah, and I hope for the sake of KC's mental that what they think back on is how many times did Yike interrupt an Fury dive? How many times did when Yike saved Kyahu in mid lane? I hope that those were the moments they're looking back in the game like, this is what we need more of, and we just can't afford to get caught late game. And I hope that they're not tunnel visioning on 2 back-to-back plays. Unfortunately, both from Yike, one with him getting caught and one with him, I think, overcommitting resources onto Lee Sin in the mid lane, that both were pretty disastrous. Kalist as well, not free from criticism. Dying in mid lane is an ADC classic, but in a game that felt so won, it's especially just frustrating.
And we've talked about Navi and their demons and the fact that inexperience and always putting Relich in the driver's seat was actually something that was not helping them, because that is the only way they can win games. Embrace your demon, guys. Like, honestly, when your back is against the wall like this, just embrace it fully.
There's no better time to face your demons, and especially that demon of inexperience and over-relying on Relich, than now. Because if you lose, you go home and you get to go to bed with those demons again, and it's gonna haunt you for a really long time. So this is the time for them to just show what they got.
Yeah, I mean, keep it spicy, do something crazy if you want to. At this point, like, everything I thought after game 2 is out the window, clearly.
Is it?
Well, there's
still
not, a lot depends on the form that we see, but we've entered the realm of intangibles where Navi are going to be feeling good and KC are certainly going to be beating themselves up. And so it's like, if we come in with the same form that we saw all series, KC are still heavily favored, no doubt in my mind. That said, Navi showed enough in a game that should have been unwinnable that I have to have that glimmer of hope. I can't say what we did say at the end of game 2, which was, it's over, pack it up, there's nothing we've seen. We've seen something now. Relich on the Lee Sin, able to find these angles, able to find their way back into the game. So is it hard for Navi? Yes, but now it feels in the realm of possible to bring us to a game 5.
What looked undoable actually looks kind of more open now on the side of Navi. At least we have a series, so let's see if they can make it happen again.
Now finds out it runs 3 people. Valkyrie going to be used. Kalist trying to cut away. He does as he flushes Cosmic Binding. Still connects. A shutdown under Sam D for Navi is needed.
If you're near it, if you're...
Oh, look at me.
This is nice.
I will kill Varus after XA. Never mind. Oh my god! Oh my god! Bro, what the? Bro!
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna...
It's very hard. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
And we're back here ahead of Game 4. I didn't think we were gonna get there, guys, especially
my head
two
thought
games.
you would say Game 3 because
I was actually about to say Game 3. I'm like, no,
I actually felt like
no
we were
way.
gonna say it because last game was a fever dream. Now we're going into Game 4. Really, when Fearless starts to kind of take over the kind of drafting phase, there's a lot of really strong champions taken out, especially in the 80 carry position. I think almost been like the stable champions have been picked already, so now you gotta go dig a little bit too deeper. I mean, Odo talked about it. It's kind of where we enter hyper carry, 80 carry meta, where because there's less engage and just like the strong lane 80 carries are out, you start leaning more towards the Jinxes, the Zerys start becoming higher prio.
Exactly. We're still looking at support on that are open to the Karma. We might have the Darn Yumi coming in with a lot of the other hyper carries. But this approach is already just banning junglers. we're looking at Rilich still to show us a little bit more, because this is Navi's first best of 5, and we still haven't seen them go into this game 4, game 5 distance, as you brought it up, Finn, where Fearless does come to take over, and we need to see a little bit more creativity from both of these teams.
And that's the thing, they managed to make magic happen last game. It didn't go to a good start, and now opening once again, empowering Rilich, it worked last time, so that's what you want to aim for here.
Yeah, I mean, they just ban junglers and then take the Pantheon, right? But a Pantheon in isolation won't do that much. You really want strong lanes to play around for the Pantheon to really make use of that global. So need to see them kind of see that draft plan through. Already Jhin being hovered here by Kalista. I think it's the last strong lane AD carry. If you really want to secure a strong pushing bot lane, Jhin is kind of the main AD carry. But there's also Saya and her lovers do Rakan. Doesn't need to pick it, but they do end up picking it. So solid bot lane combo here picked up already by KC.
It makes sense because you don't want to isolate and give them the chance to take the Rakan away, because in this world right now, when there's just so little amount of enchanters left with pretty much only the Karma or the Yuumi, the Alistar and the Rel still doesn't really make a lot of sense given that you have this pairing. So it's better to be safe than sorry to pick them together and give other people in the draft more opportunity to get that counter pick.
Yeah, and speaking of counter picks, I feel like blinding top lane is becoming harder and harder, so you might as well just pick up a top lane champion here. If you really want the Gnar, I mean, you might get vaned, but if you want to blind pick the strongest top lane champion right now, you kind of need to pick it now, otherwise it's going to get banned for 5. They already locked in the Talia, so could also use pick an AD carry, like the Jhin if you want to counter the Cyan lane.
I do expect to pick the Jhin here, because you do need to neutralize. When you pick the Talia and the Pantheon, you make it clear that you want to empower Poby and Rilich to be able to pretty much go around the map, but they go away from the Jhin, and they do feel like the Alistar is a better option. They're looking. They do feel like, when I look at this Alistar, I feel like it's more about empowering Poby. You want to go to the mid lane, you don't really want to go make plays through the bot lane or that side of the map. So that's why they opt for this approach to let that ADC fall through and pick something that's a little bit more self-sufficient.
Yeah, and also when your top laner is going to be in a tough spot to blind, it makes it a lot easier for him to play the game. When you have a Talia, when you have a Pantheon that can come there and help you if you're playing against something like a Vayne or one of those cringe top lane champions. As we see Ahri lock in into the Talia standard, but you really want Ahri with a strong skirmish-heavy junglers, and those are getting quite
it is very pinched.
Quite scratched thin right now. Yeah, there aren't that many strong champions that really want to skirmish against the Pantheon Talia left.
I am struggling to see what would be open, what would be left, because the Nocturne is out, the Skarner is out,
it's everything. It's like Zahen Aatrox, I think. You gotta go that direction, or go like a Bruiser jungle.
Is it still good though?
I mean, there's still Kha'Zix open. Yeah. There is a Yike Kha'Zix special.
With Kha'Zix into Talia Alistar, do you want to play that? I mean, you could for sure. If someone's gonna pick it, it's Yike.
I do like this approach of just banning ADCs, because what KC find themselves in a position where this is where I feel like second pick is absolutely strong, is because you get to get counter pick everywhere. You don't need to put bans into top. You can always go 5 pick and pick your top laner. Right now you have an easy option to just pick your jungler on 4 and then do react with that counter pick.
The question is, because top lane blind is already so hard, do you ban the Gnar here yourself to kind of shut down that blind? Because with the Vayne ban coming out, it is very likely that we will see a Gnar blind, so you could take it away here, or even take the Gnar yourself.
Well, it is really easy now, because all you need to do now is react. If Gnar is open, you can just pick it on 4. If Gnar is banned, then you're just very happy to go on 5, because we do find ourselves so deep into Fearless that Gnar pretty much ran out of counter picks. The TF has been out, the Chase is out, the Rumble is out, so there's not much that can be taken away. So right now, all the pressure is on Navi. They do get the choice if they want to ban this Gnar or if they want to leave it open and play into it, because I don't envy Navi's position. They all go into this 4-5 and they just don't have good blind picks. So now
they banned the Gnar. I think that's I feel like you have to leave the Gnar open and pick something into it yourself. By banning it now, you're just setting up main for even more of a demise in the top side. But I mean, maybe with the Pantheon, with the Talia, he can pick something volatile and rely on his mid jungle to kind of help him snowball that lane. But Renekton will be the lock-in here for KC, and you don't want to pick something volatile against Renekton. You could just go for a standard tank champion here. There is Dornap available. You could go what other tanks are? I mean, there's no more tanks you really want to play into Renekton, yeah.
I feel like you can still go for something like Aatrox that is a little bit losing, but I'm just a little bit curious on what Navi wants to go, because I do like this opt-in into the MF if it does come through, because it does come through. It's self-sufficient. She can pretty much play by herself, and she's not really in danger so much. And it does add a little bit more teamfight power on the side of Navi.
It's the last pick for Yike, though. They're once again setting him up for something cheeky.
I do feel like the Kha'Zix might be coming through.
The Kha'Zix might be coming. You might be completely right there. First, we will see what he blind or picks. It's the Kennen.
Now, as a Kennen enjoyer, do you like it?
It is extremely rough into the Zaya. I do feel like KC has proper answers to deal with when it comes to the teamfight phase of the game. In terms of laning phase, I could not be happier. I have Pantheon, I have Talia, and I have the counter matchup into the Renekton. I feel like if I would be Kennen, I would be able to take over this game, but when it comes to team fights, I would not be having a great time. And the Olaf is coming through, and actually, I love it.
I mean, Olaf is fantastic.
I love it.
Pick. It's a really good pick here from Yike. He's completely untouched, and he can just dive freely. There's no real burst damage to get him down before he gets his resets, keeping that Ragnarok uptime up.
Versus so many immobiles, I feel like he's having a field day. The Rakan can bounce off of him, find that crucial engage, but the big question for me would be what's going to happen to that top lane. Will Navi manage to snowball through that top side? Because when I look at the other sides of the map, I feel like they don't really have enough consistent playmaking tools. It's all about that top lane, and if they manage to shut that Kennen down.
Yeah, and not on the top lane. To me, like, it starts in mid. Like, I think you need your Talia to be able to move around the map freely, look for those Weaver's walls, and really look to catalyze the mid game into late game. So we're going to jump straight into game now, as we have Game 4 versus Navi and KC.
Thank you very much, Finnegan. As a top laner, you and Odo would realize and know and have told us many times, and me, myself, and I, that this lane sucks for Renekton. I'm just going to drop that there. But before we get into the lanes, I just have to say, big dub for Navi. Their first win ever against KC.
And their first win in a BO5.
In a BO5. In their first ever BO5. And Mainter said it in the comms, actually, in multiple games. He said, don't worry, be chill. He didn't say that, I'm paraphrasing quite a lot, but he definitely came across with that energy that they just need to calm down and be okay. Look at all this drawing on the screen. That was us getting excited. As KC looked for the invade to start the game off, Paris is going to have the defensive ward here. He spots him out. Okay.
Well,
the Navi fans are out. Big.
The analysts shared their thoughts on the draft.
Yep.
I really like the Kennen. So far, Mingta hasn't had, well, objectively a good laning phase this series.
Oh, by the way, MVP of last game was Grubbies.
Yeah, well, I would have to apologize because I was shouting Tibbers.
I thought it was Tibbers as well.
It did really like line up. Like Tibbers did the auto, and then the next
it looked like it, but it was in fact the Grubs. The Grubs burn.
You said when we were looking at the replay when the AD took over that it was the last tick of the burn as well.
It was the last tick of the burn, yeah.
So, which is kind of crazy. So MVP also reletched for getting Grubs in the first place, you know.
But what's the most insane thing about it was, I think, mathematically perfect.
Yeah.
Like, I think that if Navi had done anything differently, they literally would have been short damage.
True.
Because the Nexus went down to 2 HP, it healed 10, it then went down to 6, and then it went from 6 to 0.
Oh my God, so it really is mathematically perfect.
Yeah. I couldn't obviously calculate exactly how much the burn damage did per tick, but the fact that it went from 12 to 6 to 0 leads me to believe that it was 6.
Yeah, I mean,
in any case, it was very close. And Navi, they did get a very big win, which is a huge deal for them. I think for me, I'm still looking for that vote of confidence in Navi, though. I still want to see them showcase what they showcased during the regular season, which was their ability to build leads and Roulette shining. Now, we did see Roulette shine in the previous game, but the leads, their ability to build them, is something we're still looking for from this Navi squad here in playoffs.
Yeah, I think you're completely right, Vetty. For me, the bright side of Navi is, again in this game, they have a lot of proactive tools that we saw Reletch play really well around in that last game. They have stun and pop from Mainter, they have Poby with the W as well, and then they also have the Alistar, but it might be in trouble here.
Late caller, maybe going to come in soon. Samd going to be exhausted, but now that he comes on out, he's looking for the trades in response. Kalista amidst the minion wave, gets doubled up on, and that's a very beneficial trade for Navi.
I mean, the laning phase is going pretty well for Navi across the board, some great trades, but Casey still with good last hitting, means that they're staying still even in the farm, even in the gold. But does Kalista need to base here?
He's trying to threaten Aftershock now down. Kalista for the chase. Buso gets a knockup. The grand entrance as SamD double up again on top of Kalist. By the way, just a quick side note while we are looking at bot. Kalist is 17-3 on this champion. I thought I'd throw that there. Career stats of all time.
It's a pretty good record.
It's a good rate. You know how we talk about Yikes Kha'Zix? This is Kalist champion.
I mean, I think after last game, he definitely has a mark to prove. with that Corki Valkyrie in, it was it's a pretty big throw.
That was something.
Yeah. And I do think, like, for me, I feel like Callista's been a receiver of a lot of undue criticism.
Yeah.
I feel like he's always just, like, people remember very strongly a few moments where he ints, like that Corki play, when I feel like overall he is a very consistent ADC. But it's just people remember very strongly the bad moments.
And it's very easy to remember the bad moments. You know, negatives come first when, you know...
And also when they're so apparent.
That's
like,
right.
Like he Estral E's forward.
It's easy to see the negatives over the positives, right?
But then we also don't... You forget the times where he Corki W's forward or Corki E's forward, but that is a good thing. He gets the kill, he gets the pressure. Like, I do think that he provides a lot for this KC.
Fair point.
And from an ADC POV that has faced all of these ADCs in solo queue and in scrims when I was playing, I think like playing against Kalist was some of the hardest in the game because he pressures you on every CS and he knows the matchups very well and he really pushes that to the limit, which is also why he sometimes treads over that limit and then suddenly everything goes wrong.
He's got a note button at least in this game as well with the Feather Storm. As so far that bottom lane though is going pretty well for Sam D with the Misfortune as Vamp Scepter going to be picked up first here. While we look towards the top lane, Hana's actually doing okay.
Yeah, is this not bad for the Kennen?
I feel like it should be going a lot worse a lot earlier on.
Yeah.
This Renekton in Kana is doing good.
And you were telling us earlier that you were stomping on Renekton in Platinum, so maybe you can give us some light on this matchup.
Yeah, let me give you my Platinum insight as someone who's reached Emerald 4 peak. Let me add that in pro play in a playoffs elimination. Thank you, Jack Spectra.
I love that you went to him over potentially Odo.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they're not here.
One of them's about to run up here to correct me as well. Look, any Renekton player, any Elo knows that this matchup should be a lot harder than it's meaning to be right now. It's also going to be Ignite Kennen taken into the top lane, so we'll see how that develops as Yike hovers to the side. Found Poby, good undertow, Spirit Rush as well. Catching Poby, but the flash from Rilech is great with the seismic shove. Last of Yehu's ulti used while First Blood goes over to Yike, but Rilech looking for a trade. All it takes is one more cube, but out over the wall, Yehu gets to the last of his mana as a double goes down to Yike now with a knockup and another undertow. Yike has found another victim. Paris came to help out, but he's got to flash away. The Olaf on the board double, so is Yike. Looks for the invade now with a 700 gold lead.
KC draw First Blood by going for a straight-up 2v2 skirmish in the middle lane. Often, we accredit this Taliyah Pantheon as being one of the strongest at finding successful skirmishes, successful picks in the early game, but against an Olaf, the low cooldown of the undertow, when you pick up that axe, the ability to just stay in the fight, your ability to just ignore the CC that comes through from the Taliyah, beautifully played by Ike.
All the time going to come out. Kalist half HP there with Busio battle dancing to save some health, but NAVI, they get the push down here. Remember, their jungler just got whacked out, so he's going to have to come back. There's no dragon for the response.
But you see here the genius of this Olaf pick. Like Finn, Odo, all three of us were really, really happy with this Olaf pick because this is even a pre-level 6 Olaf. This is before you can just ignore all the CC from Na'Vi. But the early game of this champion is so strong that any sort of 2v2 will always go in the favor of KC. And that's how we've seen that Rilech and Poby have found a lead in this series. And this is now a 2-0 Yike, up to a great start, replicating a little bit of last game, but an even bigger lead for him. And now with that level 7, a full level lead, it's super hard for Na'Vi to ever win any sort of fight around him, because before, I mean, it's just a TP from Busio.
Yeah, it is, but it's a Rakan with flash, and Busio not spotted out. I mean, I'm just saying, there's also an RA
Okay, now
coming
I'm gonna give the floor to you. Let's see what happens.
I will say he's not going mid, so that's what I thought would happen. But thank you, Jack Spectra.
I saw the idea. Though,
Yeah,
Jake.
See, I mean, I saw a TP and I thought maybe he has an angle. You know, Poby didn't have flash, Jack. I'm just telling you the information that I had.
I want to do a quick top lane check-in because I feel like this Renekton is still very comfy.
He's going good.
He's dead even
He's
in
actually
farm.
ahead in gold.
Yeah.
That's a pushing
okay,
wave.
I mean, that's a bit generous. I mean, sure. Yes.
Technically.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a pretty big wave that's pushing against him as well.
That's true. That's also true. Good observation from our
Thank you
top
so
lane
much.
expert.
Yeah. It feels good to be wanted.
The other thing I'm keeping my eyes on, oh, look at this. The grubbies Is that Yike prioritizing the grubbies based on what happened in the previous
That's right,
game?
he needs a backup plan.
Yike started those ones off. No backdoor today, this time, Navi. I say backdoor, they definitely went through the front door.
They went through the front door.
I'm starting to doubt your expertise in top lane here, because this matchup looks pretty good for Red.
Okay, sorry, man. Maybe I don't know everything. I mean, Kana is up.
I mean, I will say that Mainta is definitely not punishing Kana in the way that we often see Kennons punish this matchup. I'm still excited about the Kennen pick in the context of the comp.
True.
I think that... hang on a second. Rilech.
Flash, engage. Rilech goes forward instead after getting the scuttle. He puts the door up. There's Ragnarok time. He can't escape. Rilech thought he could ulti out, but he's denied as Yehu charms him down.
I mean, he gets the scuttle crab, but comes at the cost of his life. Yehu going to be picking that kill up, and Casey bouncing back here in game 4 with a vengeance. Amassing a 1.7k gold lead, 9.5 minutes in, first dragon goes their way.
Let's not forget all 4 games have been stomps in the early game anyway, even game 3 that felt a little bit closer.
This is Navi comfort zone.
Yeah, they like this, you know? Being down in the early game, this is how they get on board.
So the difference in this game is that there's no 6-item Sivir.
You could get 6 items.
6 items higher.
Yeah, I guess, you're not really hyper-scaling on bolt. But was it last game, was it really the Sivir that sealed the deal?
It was not.
Honestly, I don't remember the final team fight.
I mean, Kalist Valkyrie forward and got one shot. And then the rest of the team just scattered.
Okay, is it a reliable win condition to assume that the enemy AD carry?
Well, he doesn't have a dash.
He doesn't have a dash. Is that better or worse?
Better.
Okay.
And he has the ultimate. So, I mean, I think Kalist is going to have a good performance. As I say, I just realized he's down a lot of actually.
Yeah. I mean, the bot lane of Navi's doing really well. They're finding a lot of really good trades.
And has been this whole series. I will give credit to Sam D. It was Ash that we opened the series with. Where
well, now, like it was literally last game that
the
Casey
Lucian,
bot lane 2v2 killed them.
Yeah.
The game before that, the Lucian literally didn't approach a minion wave.
Well, let's see what happens now. Paris in a good angle. Bushio about to be trampled up. There's the unleashed of the bullets. Exhaust is a trip on my words. Was used to stop the damage from Sam D, but I mean, the 2v2 is going well again in relation to the series.
I think the first time that the 2v2 is going well.
Well, game 1 wasn't too bad, was it?
It was pretty even, yeah. It was
even, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a lead at some point. Yike, he's up here.
Nice trade there from Mainta. Very nice trades.
It's more about what it looks like.
Yeah, I think the whole goal here from Yike is just to cover Kana, help him push the wave underneath the tower, and make sure that he's safe. Kana choosing to stick around for another wave, though. Normally, when your jungler does this, it's because you want to fix the wave and then go back to base.
I think Yike just has some free time, and the idea is kind of like, if Mainter all-ins, then I'm there, you know? And then Kana can push in the wave safely as well. It's like a 2-for-1 type of vibe.
Fair enough.
And now he's still in time for the crab spawn, so you can just pick that up and continue holding on to this really big CS lead, up a full level onto Rilech.
Stride Breaker second, right, for the Olaf, I assume?
Yeah.
So Hexplate, Stride Breaker, the chase down build. It would suck if you didn't have an escape, say your misfortune.
Yeah, I think it's a tough MF game. I mean, me and Betty talked about it earlier, like, that MF, I feel like she always kind of feels out of place in these drafts. Like, you really need a great wombo combo for me to find MF to be a great champion.
Yeah.
And most teams aren't actually drafting that. So now you will just, yes, she has a good laning phase, and maybe if she can transition that into a bigger snowball, they might try to fight for the red here, but I mean, Navi has all the numbers, so I don't think they'll be able to do it. But the problem I have is that once come 20 minutes, I feel like Renekton can just flash on your head, Olaf can run you down, Ahri can flash charm, and you don't have any of that mobility that a lot of other ADCs do, or the unvulnerability that Saya has. It's really, really difficult to maneuver the team fights if your team doesn't set you up for success.
I will counterspell you.
Okay. Nice. What card?
I'm going to use Betty's been casting for 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
In my 10 years of casting...
Did you tap your mana?
Yeah, I'm tapping it right now.
Okay.
In my 10 years of casting, I've dubbed what I would call the Jarvan effect.
Okay.
Which is you EQ flash R, get the enemy AD carry. Guys, where's the rest of my team? Hang on.
Ragnarok used quickness as well. This turns into a counterplay from KC. They've got their own counter spell. Slicing Maelstrom is a one-man and gets the flash out of Yike. He retreats as Mainta shows up to save the day. Over the wall, there's Kana. There's going to be a wall sent in response. And a stun up. Kana's isolated. He can't get through the unraveled earth. And Relech seals his fate for a kill for Na'Vi.
So going back to my original point, at what point is it too deep? Because this is the risk that you run with a composition like this.
Right,
you do have to full send it. And a nice engage comes through from Paris. The follow-up from Busio is good, but this is a 3 versus 4. And Yahoo's not in a position to follow up on the play. Yike has to burn his flash to get out of that situation. Kana then realizes, well, hang on. The play is now over. I'm in an awkward spot. And Na'Vi are quick to turn that play around, so they find a kill onto the Renekton. Relech gets that kill for himself. There's still a huge gold advantage for Yike, who now ticks over to level 11. But this is the point I wanted to get at. Casey's composition does run the risk of going a little bit too deep. Yeah. And if that Olaf doesn't have the damage needed to take that MF out quickly, there's a real world that Na'Vi in the extended play could punish that level of aggression, and the fact that Casey has to invest that deep with this Renekton Olaf duo.
You're right, Betty, and watching that fight made me kind of rethink how Na'Vi can actually play the team fights. Because I had the idea of it's really hard for Na'Vi to play because Yike will just use the Ragnarok and ignore the CC. But if Paris is just looking to CC Busio or Yehu, he doesn't care if Yike actually gets in, because then they can just one-shot Yike who's way too deep, as you say.
It's a situation where, okay, yeah, it's true. Yike can get to the back line, but who else can get past the Talia rocks? Who else can get past the Kennen ultimate? Who else can get past the Alistair? There are these tools on the side of Na'Vi that are designed to protect their AD carry, and the rest of KC will have to find ways to navigate around them. That is, of course, assuming this Olaf can't just 1v9 the whole game, which, given his current gold lead, Yike is on track to do.
But I will say he ran in there. He wasn't as invincible as he made out to be.
That's true.
There's a lot of DPS with Talia and the MF.
Turret's gone. Is it? That turret? Is that turret? Observers, we might have to
He doesn't have
clicking.
grubs.
He doesn't have grubs, yes.
Oh, how glad. Yeah.
It's 1 HP, 8 HP.
8 HP. Whoa.
And he might not. Wow, he actually doesn't get it. Now KC put numbers up towards top side.
That was the Nexus. I'll tell you one thing though. KC somehow, with getting bot turret, now have access to top because of the commitment here from Mainta. And with the trade, Kana gets some plating. Hobie's now going to get the Herald by his side with Relech next to him.
But even with the Herald, due to the fact that KC was so much faster on this top play, it's going to be same speed of the tower takeage. Maybe they'll get the bot tower a little bit faster, but still a pretty nice play from KC, all things considered, with the fact that Na'Vi invested the Herald and they weren't able to get any sort of meaningful advantage.
Nathan is cheering right now. Cannot understate how good this feels as Kana getting the turrets first against Mainta as well. Herald's going to be transport towards mid lane here for Relech.
He's like, all right, got to get to my Raptors, bro.
Yeah. He's a little bit quicker here, is defeated by Kalist. 2.7k gold lead. Double Dragon for KC. We'll lull for a little bit because in 3 minutes is the next Drake. And that does feel like the point where Na'Vi might just have to send a fight.
The 2 items finished on this Olaf. MF needs to be wary. Ooh, I like the...
Executioners?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's interesting. I think it's mostly for Yike, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Does Olaf actually heal that much? I mean, he does with the
when he's
W, right?
passive, when his health is down, yeah, absolutely.
So I can tell you exactly how much. So his W... Olaf gains 40% attack
speed
and 10 plus 17.5% missing health shield.
Wait, look at his passive.
Look at his it's in his passive.
Ah, here it is, yeah. Olaf gains up to 79% attack speed and 18% lifesteal based on his missing health.
Yeah.
So up to 18%.
Yeah, I guess that can be quite a bit.
Yeah.
The BT. Haros.
Knock up. Undertow. He's going to run in. Unbreakable will win. He used it, but he's dead. Paris and getting caught out. Base checking. Even more iconic duo in the series. Sam D trying to kite it out. The charm. Well done on the movement. His support dies, but he does not.
I'm feeling a sense of deja vu.
Oh, yes.
Luckily, there is no objective for KC to take with this kill. And Poby is able to fully push him bot.
That mid tower looks pretty juicy right now.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi decided to not... Like, normally when you get picked like this, you decide to regroup so that the enemy can't force anything, but Navi instead just decided to drop the mid tower and funnel some plates onto Poby instead. The biggest worry I have now, as like if I was SamD in this game, it's really scary now to contest mid waves because Busio with flash, Yike with flash, if they ever want to run me down on a mid wave, it's very little I can do against that.
Mid turret gone, SamD, the dangerous area increases as he backs off. Looks like that BF sword might become something, or at least get closer to.
He gets a pickaxe. That would be my prediction.
Pickaxe.
Yike is power farming right now.
No, he wants boots.
Oh, wrong. Cloak of agility.
And swiftness boots.
And swifty, but sorry, but you said pickaxe. So, brother, you're wrong. You have to apologize.
You're right.
All right.
I'm so sorry, Jim.
So it's okay. You can improve it by, or make it up to me rather, in 40 seconds because Dragon's coming up, and you're going to tell me how we're going to start setting up for this because this feels like a must for Navi.
Yeah, for sure. They need to contest this Dragon. We've seen Navi be willing to cross-map the Drakes quite a bit this series, but I think giving this and giving the soul point to KC is really not a good idea, but you know, it looks like they're cross-mapping it because Paris is in enemy top side instead of trying to play for bot side. So now Poby is going to try to push this wave. I think they're going to cross-map it and try to make a play onto Kana here.
You can see Kana, as you said, Paris here, slicing Maelstrom as well as Dominus. The ult sent in by Rilech, but now that he's up here with TP coming from Navi, they're full committing this third Drake off the board. 5 members in the top lane, but you're against Soul Point now.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
They get the kill on Kana, but because Kana got the initial wave, I don't think they'll be able to get the tier 2 top. Maybe a few plates for Poby.
Not like flipping Ocean Soul versus an Olaf either. As Rilech gets the scuttle, but now he's in trouble. KC looking for the counter play, setting up with the All Deception. Paris in a bit of trouble, but Busio behind enemy lines. He gets exhausted, slowed down, stunned up with the trample, but he battle dances over the wall. The power of Rakan is the mobility, and KC use it well.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, SamD flashed. He went for a bit of a one-on-one against Kalist, and Kalist held his ground. With the Infinity Edge already completed, he was able to outduel that of SamD, and he forced his flash out from him. So now the MF, no flash available. But I feel like Navi have just put even more pressure on themselves. If they'd gone for a fight there, even if they lose the Dragon, I suppose it's not the end of the world, but I feel like now just conceding it for free in exchange for 1 kill, I feel like...
Yeah, they really needed to get tier 2 or at least plates, but with how KC defended quite well, they pushed in mid and forced SamD to respond and then tested them in river as well. They were able to force them out. Busio.
He's bait. He just used his flash before. The flick back SamD is dead. The feathers are out from Kalist as well, trying to be a counterplay from Navi, but they've walked into a trap. Yes, it's a 1-for-1, but his feathers pull back. The Ragnarok Olaf helps Kalist get a double. It's Navi making decision after decision that ends poorly as KC think about the Baron.
And beautiful engage by Busio and a great featherstorm by Kalist, and that looks like it's going to be the Baron Nashor for KC as who wants to go for the 1v1.
Foxfire sent out with the charm as well. Orb of Deception, the Spirit Rush. Poby about to die, saved by Paris. Who gets on out, but Poby cannot contest or do a thing about this Baron in the top side. Navi tried to make a bait play, and it has backfired poorly. With KC using their health bar to get the Baron as we look at the replay.
I just want to highlight Kalist here. Like, this engage from Busio was really nice, but Kalist flashes forward, and then the ulti. Perfect timing on the Alistar combo to deny that Paris engage. And Kalist as well, due to the fact that he flashed forward, sent Busio up to actually reach SamD. And that's the things that people forget with Kalist, you know? Like, that's left forward right there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry, Jack.
I think it was also just a good punishment on the fact that SamD had no flash. You know, the fact that Kalist got that trade earlier in the middle lane, got the flash out from him, and then they replay a similar sort of trap on the middle lane, catching enemy AD carry out, converted into 2 kills. Now they have a massive gold lead and they have firm control, and it's kind of a similar story to what this series has been. KC did make some very serious throws in the previous game, and that's what Navi is very much relying on now. A similar story to what we saw in Game 3 in order for them to bounce back here in Game 4.
So let's see the setup here. Navi is 4. There is a cannon with ulti. Flying through the skies is Rilech onto Busio. He gets quickness immediately. Oh, the ulti terrible as Unbreakable will, but it's just an Ari cleaving through. I don't know what Navi expected, but they've run out of options here in this game and maybe in the series of SamD, still without his summoners. His bullet time gets interrupted and charmed, and the whole world is going upside down for Navi as they get obliterated on Summoner's Rift.
4 members fall as KC with the Baron buff set their sights on the towers of Navi. Navi's base. Things are quickly crumbling, and KC is snowballing game 4 out of control.
KC won't quite be able to finish it, but with the 7,000 gold... I mean, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's right. Not yet. It doesn't matter. Gold in my eyes. It could be 8, it could be 9.
I mean, it was a little bit deep from Yahoo. I like that Sambi was able to trade back a kill, but yeah, the damage is severe.
I think Yahoo thought if he can kill Sam D, they can end the game. But with how slow they take the towers at this point, I mean, it starts up here. Relech goes in for a very, like, over-forced engage. There's not really any sort of follow-up. Poby can't get in range to get the flick. And then after that, KC can just run them down. And then, yeah, I think the idea here for Yahoo is like, if we kill Samdi, we end the game.
Yeah.
But they don't quite have the damage to do that.
Well, they do kill Samdi.
They did kill Samdi, but they don't have the damage to end the game.
Yeah.
But I will say, it doesn't really matter because KC 7,000 gold ahead, 45 seconds to Ocean Soul with the Olaf, who's still running people down. Yahoo, who's kind of weaving through these fights. Everywhere's going well. KC are picking up turret after turret at this rate. And as you guys said, it doesn't feel like they have the same lean back material here for NAVI, meaning they don't have the same hyperscale, they don't have the same win condition that got them back in game number 3. And the series is falling by the wayside yet again as this early game is paying dividends for KC.
Right, KC.
And they close
Your fans would like to see a clean close right now because game 3 was definitely a bit of a mess. Here's the Soul, though, and the TP now committed. All right, so Na'Vi forced into this fight. Will this be their opportunity to bounce back, or will it be KC hammering the final nail in the coffin?
Find out. An objective bounty for NAVI to try and steal. Yahoo on the wing here, spotted out as Poby tries to zone off with a threaded volley. Yike started the Dragon off, the double up, not going to reach as Weaver's Wall going to be used by Poby, but Dragon is still very healthy. That Weaver's Wall will expire, and now with no ulti to zone off, the quickness comes in. Relech target for the Olaf, and running through is Yike. Look at Yahoo's angle onto Poby. He's down immediately as Yike steps on up, so does Paris, but they're both going to fall. Mainter as well on the chase. I don't know what happened to him, but he's just dead. And Navi's chances in the spring playoffs have all but come to an end as KC get the Soul and look to close this game out.
KC found the final fight, 4-0. They're gonna run down mid lane and finally finish this game and finish this series and send Navi home.
Outside of the last game, it felt like this series was an open and closed book. Navi get their first win ever against KC in the LEC all-time, but that was last game. Here it's a series win, here it's a lower bracket run, here it's a second seed of the LEC for Spring, doing exactly what we expected. In 3-1, they'll take Relech down with them, but the Nexus is bare, the bullet time comes out, Navi are eliminated, and KC start their run in LEC Spring.
A rough way for Navi to end the series. They brought out a lot of hope in game 3. But KC simply dominated in the early game. Yike, I think, just got the better of Relech so many times throughout this series. And KC demonstrating their return to form with question marks, with a couple asterisks next to those names, because of course it wasn't the cleanest series by any means.
But it was a very clear series that KC were the better team throughout. And I think right now LEC looks quite like a top 3, like a clear top 3. We'll have to see how this weekend plays out. The player of the series, you can vote for Yike, Yahoo, or Kalist. The Yike probably, I mean, Yike had a really good series.
I mean, I would also give compliments to Yahoo, who got a lot of criticism over this split as well. It felt like he had a cleaner performance today. I mean, there were, you know, a couple of games where Poby was holding his own, but regardless, that's Navi out. Commiserations, our first team eliminated in our playoff bracket of Spring is Navi. See you in 2026 summer, and we'll see how they look. I mean, again, there were some positives, like we know their playstyle is very focused around Relech, but it did feel like outside of game 3, they weren't able to envelop the game through his lead or through his aggression really that much today.
I mean, I think they've been quite a fun team to watch, but I also felt like today that they went away from their strengths. We didn't see Relech on those carries and what he really excels at.
Well, to break it all down for you, though, on PGL will be our crew to talk about KC's success.
Yay. Back to PGL here. SKC saves the run. I feel like it could have been a 3-0, and then stuff happened. Yike, I see you smile, so I'm gonna come to you first. Yeah.
A bit unlucky when I got out of mid lane. So. And yeah, I got out with Rex and mid, and then I got sold, and then we lost one mid fight, and they ended again. So
yeah. Misplays in that mid lane, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate when those things happen. Like, it really was a few picks that made you lose that game, but I really like your game 4 draft. I think the Olaf pick was so clutch. Talk to me a little bit about that. Like, did you see the angle perfectly? Yeah, I mean, I knew it was one of the cameras to play, but I didn't really call it. I guess it was more Yeo calling for it. Yeah? Oh, he loves Olaf, Yeo. He knows my Olaf is good, right? So he was hyping it up. I mean, you're a Swedish Viking, of course you play Olaf, like, you have to.
Good
Olaf games, so
yeah. Caliste, how do you reflect on this series? Oh yeah, we can hear you. That's good. Okay.
Hello, we can hear me.
We're gonna stay for you for now on.
I think you're muted.
If you guys can share the mic during PGL,
I will
would
share
be great.
the mic after.
Thank you.
I think the game 1, 2, and 4 are good. That's the level we should be looking for. The gameplay we should be looking for. I think the game 3, the early game was good. To be fair, I think the game should be over like around 5 to 10 minutes. Because like they couldn't really play the game, and then we got a bit overexcited, so we went kind of a bit everywhere. But it's fine, can happen. But the most important is just keep playing good and keep improving. We lost a lot to G2, so we are taking lessons from it, right?
Yeah.
But I'm pretty confident next time we'll face them that we can actually like beat them. Obviously, it looks like cope because we lost like 4 or 5 times against them.
I mean, you did it last year, so you know. Could
it's
happen
like
again.
Obviously we lost a lot against them, but we are not NPCs. We are not just losing and then saying, "Oh, good luck next time." You know, we are actually rewatching the games and trying to improve as much as we can. So I'm pretty confident for the next games. Pretty confident for the MSI qualification. I really want to go to finals, and yeah, we should be looking to just play the same way like as game 1, 2, and 4.
A lot of resolutions. Finn, you wanted to say something?
No, I mean, I was just wondering a little bit about like how your preparation was for this week, obviously, because the series didn't go quite as you wanted last week. So going up against now, some would say weaker teams in NAVI and whoever you play against tomorrow. Did you change anything in your practice regiment?
We didn't really change our practice. We mainly changed our main focus and main goals on what do we want to practice in scrims, like specific gameplay stuff, and mostly early game, because most of the time when we are losing, it's because of the early game. We feel pretty confident in the mid to late game, so we're really looking at the early game and see what we can do in scrims.
Yeah, your coach was saying, we have the quote here. Actually, he was addressing the early game, so I guess you got that one right. And saying that I've seen the problems right now, and I know where and how to move forward from here. So what did you identify outside of the early game, maybe, as pointers?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like going into mid game as well, like the way we play, if we don't snowball or get like ahead or like a lead early, I think usually we don't really have like a plan what we want to do on the map. So I think that's like the biggest thing that we needed to improve on, and I think we did it much better. Like the first 2 games, even the third game, I think we played pretty good, you know, snowballing the game, keeping like the flow of the game. And that's mostly what we also worked on, right? We know the early games were kind of weak against G2, so that's something we also focus on a lot.
Yeah. From the expectations we had at the beginning of the day with this vivid memory of G2 versus KC last week, Finn, into what they've been doing today, where do you see the improvements in the early game, actually?
I mean, I'm going to need some fact check on this, but I'm pretty sure NAVI didn't have a gold lead an entire minute this entire series. Even the game you guys lost, you were ahead in gold, so for sure the gold was being generated. Now, it was NAVI, it was not G2, it was not MKOI, and obviously you guys are aiming far harder than that. So I wonder a little bit about like more the details. Like, is it just early game volatility that you guys think is too much, or is it just plan making? Calista's smiling right now.
You want to say something?
I can say. I mean, I'm not sure if I should answer this question.
Yeah, okay. You don't need to
maybe,
say
maybe enemy teams will look at it.
Yeah, okay.
But it's mostly how we can use Yike better, I would say.
Okay.
How we can make sure he's in a good state and make sure Yike can have his own game or his own flow. And from there, the games are really easy when he can just tell us what he wants to do.
Okay.
Also a bit of drought. That's easy. That's easy to fix. That's easy to fix.
Okay.
Always draft. I don't think it's that easy to fix. I think every team struggles with drafts.
I mean, for us, I feel like it's when we find like a clear like way we want to draft. I feel like it's good for us. I feel like we do it very well. Like today, I think all the drafts are very good. And I mean, the G2 series was just a bit worse. Like not really a draft, like more like the way we picked the champions, like the combos we had.
So the draft wasn't bad, just the champions you picked were bad. Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
All right. I mean, that's an easy improvement. Maybe or not. We'll see about Vitality tomorrow, actually, on this one. You're the key player of the series today.
Me?
Tell me about the Rek'Sai inspiration. Yeah, you.
I mean, I lost with Rek'Sai. I'm so sad. I had the...
It looked good, though.
Yes. I mean, I love Rek'Sai, right? I played it so much. Like the MSI 2 years ago, I think. There was a big Rek'Sai meta in the jungle, and I feel like I was like one of the best of the champs. So I was very hyped to play it again. It just sucks that we lost, but I mean, I had a good game anyway, so I feel like I'm going to play it more anyways.
And you called that Rek'Sai.
You called it?
I mean, I thought Relay should play Rek'Sai because he was spamming it.
But they were hovering it as well. So
I came into it thinking that Rek'Sai might be a really contested pick. He picked Lee Sin into the Rek'Sai, which was a bit weird. No? What do you think about that matchup?
Yeah, I think it's good for Rek'Sai. Like it's like the really OG matchup, right? The Rek'Sai into Lee played so much like a lot of years ago, and I know how to play that matchup well. Even though I think he played pretty good, you know, in the game with Lee Sin. He found good angles, so that was good from him.
Yeah.
Amazing. I want to know, though, from the series you lost last week, because you had some strong thoughts and feeling about it, Calist, into the series you won rather convincingly today, but against a much weaker opponent. How do you know the learnings, and how do you know that moving forward, you're actually going to be on the right path?
Obviously, it's kind of hard to say, but obviously, from scrims and also the way we played early game today, obviously, like they are playing, like in this case, NAVI is playing early game differently than G2, but at least we are talking about the learnings we are trying to improve and stuff a lot more in game, and also we are, I think, better at this. So I think, yeah, it's looking better. It's obviously hard to see because you can't. It's not the same teams, right? But obviously, I think we're improving on this. So I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
Talking about you a bit more, we didn't have time to touch upon this last week, but your renewal has been announced with KC last week, so I want to say congratulations on this.
Thank you.
I think everybody in the Blue Wall is really happy to see you continuing with the team. I want to know, why this timing? Why in the middle of the season? And why did you think it was the way to go? Why do you want to keep on continuing this journey with the Blue Wall?
It's kind of hard to say because I can't say everything, right? But I just feel really happy in Karmine Corp. I think the club aligns with my ideas about like winning and stuff, and always making sure we're in the best conditions to win. I also feel really happy and safe in the organization because it's been like almost 3 years I'm in, and they have confidence in me. I have confidence in them, and also it's like kind of safe to just stay here and resign with your former organization, right?
Yeah, and there's been a lot, especially from T1, I want to say, but a lot of players renewing with their org, committing to one club. I'm thinking about Owner, for instance, who said, I want to be this one-man club. I want to stay with T1 for as long as I can. Is it something that you relate to, for instance, with KC?
Yeah, I mean,
like
obviously, I've said it already. If I can stay in KC for like the most of my career or my whole career, I will do it because I think it's a really insane club. There's like the fans are really insane, and as I say, the ideas aligns with my ideas of like winning and going to worlds and stuff. And Karmine is always like doing the moves and putting in the work, the effort to make sure either we're in good conditions or we have the best we can have to go to worlds and perform and stuff.
Yeah, and the fans are going to be really happy to hear this, obviously. But we said it at the beginning of the day. With KC comes expectations of success. Today was the first one. You're going to be playing again on Monday. Yike, who are you going to be playing against? Vitality? Is it going to be GX?
The GX Vitality?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I don't know if it's a hot take, but I like after the Vitality Koi series, I think GX is going to win now. That's what I think.
Damn.
But I think both teams are like equally good. Like for us, they're kind of similar in a way, but either way, like whoever wins is gonna be a good matchup for us. And like full respect to whoever wins, anyways, even if Vitality wins or GX wins. But yeah, I'm gonna bet on GX this time.
Do you bet on GX as well, Calist?
I'm betting on Vitality, to be fair.
Okay.
I don't like Yike anyways. No, I'm betting on Vitality. I just think Genetics and Vitality are kind of the same, but I feel like Vitality is just Genetics, but a bit better.
Okay. Finn, what do you think? We have a hot take next to you from the Swedish boy.
I also kind of came into this series thinking GX might
I
stand
know.
a chance. You know this because we
Yeah.
talked about it, but I think, it's a very tight series. I think honestly it's super hard to predict. Vitality, I think, would be the favorites.
Okay.
But I can definitely see how GX, with the current trends, are looking a little bit better and might be able to take the series, actually. It's going to be very, very close.
All right, who's coping, who's capping? We'll see about this tomorrow. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining us. That's all for us here. For the LEC, we'll be back tomorrow with another elimination series. As we heard, it's going to be GX Vitality. So have a good night. Take care. Hydrate. It's really warm in Europe right now. Go watch Champions League. I think the game is not over yet, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
It's good. Oh, flush away from the flag, and Drag Paris still caught out though, and an encore will roll through him. First blood, easy as that. KC, good roam.
I'm coming, Yahoo.
I don't.
Yeah, can you do? Nice. Ha ha ha.
Look here, here. First,
It's good. I know. How it's going? Let's go, really good.
Oh, please.
Crystallized, Flash Frost gets the stun, waiting for the next Frostbite. Onto Relech's running for his life. This bird is going to get the help from a two-man sword. Flashed in for the Q. Mortal Steel in the back of Relech.
I'm on caster for now.
Lucian on me.
Middle dead.
I'm dead. Lucian dead. Watch me. Yeah. Kanske no watch.
Just kill front, kill him. Nice. Go mid as well after.
Yeah, who said he's dead, but he's dead.
Yeah. Why did you say you were dead? I was like...
But you know, when I say dead, I'm never dead.
So you lie to us. Why?
Yeah.
Why you lie?
He's going for good luck, is what he's saying. Yeah.
Now finds out it runs 3 people. Valkyrie going to be used. Willis trying to cut away. He does as he flashes. Cosmic Binding still connects. A shutdown onto Sam D for Navi. It's needed.
The Fury.
Oh, look at me.
This is nice. I'm coming to you. We need you. Yeah. Hold the
Look what us. I will kill Varus after the XA. We win. Let's Oh my god! Bro, what the?
Relax, looking for a trade. All it takes is one more cube, but out over the wall. Yeah, who gets the blast of his mana as the double goes down to Yoke.
King kill, give me.
I want.
No, me want. Oh, no flash.
I kill this guy?
Oh!
Holy moly, guys!
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Korea just know how to blow G2 apart! He runs in, there was just one, he kills it. Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me